yeah.
Oh yeah, what is up everybody? How we doing today? Hope everybody's doing well. Are you guys ready for some more Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 The Sith Lords? I bet you are. I am. I'm excited to start this day. This game is great, man. This game is great. I'm sure you know that. Suppose I'll get on screen here. Move the camera just a little bit. There we go. What's up, everybody? How we doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going all the way back to the year 2004. How old were you in 2004? I was 24.
A long time ago, in a Twitch stream long
1 year old,
forgotten,
2010,
decided to
7-4.
start throwing away his money into the stream of Ezekiel_3 every month. Since then he has thought of new things for the resub message, usually unfunny. What the hell, one more won't hurt, right, Zeklov?
Okay, I'll read that again now, Gaurav. Give me a second. I don't do math. In 2004, 14, 26, 21, 21, 22, 17, just graduating high school. Wow. Yeah. Yep, I played this fucking game when it was brand new. When it was the new hotness on the old, what I played on? Xbox? Yeah, Xbox, probably. Same age as your brother. It's a good age to be. Harry Cussy. 29. 34 for Beelzebub. Since you didn't PC game back then? No, I was just making sure, like, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic was out on... Was it a... No, was it PC first and then console? I can't remember, like... Or do they release at the same time? I don't even remember. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I played it on my Xbox. All the best people are born in 1980? I think so too. I agree with that. I guess at the same time, I don't know. Yeah. Nalgaroth, thank you for the 106 months. A long time ago in a Twitch stream long forgotten, Nalgaroth decided to start throwing away his money into the stream of Ezekiel III. Every month since then, he has thought of new things for the resub message, usually unfunny. What the hell? One more won't hurt, right? That's right. No, I've done the same thing in channels that I've been sub to like for 10 years or more, or 8 to 10 years. I'm just like, I got nothing else, dude. I love you, baby. Whoever it is. The Xbox version of Knights of the Republic 2 went gold on November 23rd, 2004. It was later released December 6th, 2004 in the United States, and the PC version was released in February 2005. Okay, so not that far apart then. Okay, so it was console first, though, by a few months. All right. Hey, at least I tried to keep the Star Wars theme with this one. Yes, the crawl. Made it look like the crawl. Nice. Also, Trash Hunter gifting a sub to Lindsay. Or Lindsay. Thank you very much for that, Trash Hunter. Just to let you guys know, a little update as far as the long walk. We are doing it. We're doing it, dude. It's going to be... Let's see. It's going to be... me... JP... Or not long walk, big walk. Excuse me, big walk. Naomi, Fatality... Bina, and Abramile. I think that's us. I think we're going to have a squad of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5 of us or 6 of us. Yep, and we're starting on Saturday. We're going to do it on Saturday. So Indie Day is going to have to be moved to probably the following Tuesday, unfortunately. But yes, we're going to be doing it on Saturday because that's the only day everyone can meet. I'm sorry, but they said Saturday, and I was like, I almost lodged a complaint, but I'm like, nah, everybody's okay with Saturday. I better be okay with Saturday too. I don't want to be the guy who's like, can we reschedule, please? Because I did, but it'll be a fun time. It'll be a fun time no matter what. Oh, you're gonna bring the vibe back for Vincent? All right, you can do that. That's totally fine. What are we getting rid of?
Not bad for an old timer.
Not bad for an old timer. That's the newest one.
Oh, shit the bed almighty. Oh.
Shit the bed almighty is gone. Goodbye, shit the bed. In its place, we're gonna bring back an oldie but a goodie. Little Bo Burnham. Let's see. What would you have put it under, DJ Bahamut? Would you put it under Bo Burnham? Yep, there it is. Okay, you did. Yep, okay. All right. There we go. All right, we'll pause this music. And there you go. It's back in.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
There you go. Grinbringers brought it back. There you go. It is A2. A2. The vibe is back. There you go. Okay. Vincent garnering some fans around here.
You're a cunt.
Get down. Covering fire.
Man, she's trying, dude. She's really trying, Pete. That was pretty fucking lackluster, if you ask me. Let me hear it again.
You're a cunt.
Get down. Covering fire.
I think you need to switch up your weapons. That one sounds soggy and wet. It sounds like a drunk old man, like trying to tell you a story and then spitting on you the whole time. Vincent giving a sub to love you, Chad. Thank you, Vincent. Oh, that's right. I was saving the profile. Right. Got to save the profile to make sure it sticks. There we go. Get your fucking hands up.
Get
Your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. That's right. Right on. All right. Shit. Is there anything else I've had to like? I guess I guess we'll count down to the days until I leave for Burning Man. We got about 20 days. 20 days. A little less than 3 weeks before I leave for Burning Man. So, just to let you guys know.
You're a cunt.
I'm
Thank
out
you,
of
Pete.
here on my moped. Fuck you guys.
I suppose that was a little better. That was your moped. I think it was, I don't think it was a moped. I think you grabbed the Scooty Puff Jr. You finally got an FMV for tomorrow. Oh, you mean Indie Day, which, in case you were late, has been moved to Tuesday. Because we're doing the big walk on Saturday. It's the only day everybody can get together. But we will be doing Indie Day this week, or I suppose it's next week. We will be doing Indie Day. It'll just have to be on Tuesday. Unless we want to do it tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe we do it Friday. Maybe we do it tomorrow. Maybe we do it one day early because that is the only time. Saturday's the only time that we could get all these people together to do a co-op stream. So I didn't want to be the one to change it around. So we'll do Indie Friday. Yeah, let's do that tomorrow. Because this game's going to last a few more streams. So we'll just fire it back up on Tuesday. We'll play it today. Indie Friday. And then big walk on Saturday. Yeah. So get your suggestions in. If you have indie game suggestions, get them in. Because I'll make that list tonight then. Stupid question. Is Burning Man like a normal open air festival where you just buy a ticket and go have fun? Yes, sort of. I mean, you do buy a ticket and that's it. You don't have to buy, there's nothing in Burning Man to buy. So once you buy your ticket, there is one thing you can buy in Burning Man, and that's ice. Because that's kind of a necessity. People need ice to keep things cold and, have water. If they, somehow forgot to bring water. So you can actually buy ice. But that's it. Nothing else. But yes, you pay for your ticket. You get your campground. You drive in or, bus in with all your stuff. And then you set up your camp. And it's 7 days just out in the fucking desert doing basically whatever you feel like. There's lots of music, lots of art, lots of community focus, things to do. It's loud, it's raucous, it's wonderful. The playa will provide, yeah. No, there's a great, let's say there's a great documentary about Burning Man, but it's less about the burn. I've watched 4 episodes. I don't know if they're making any more, but I watched 4 episodes, and the first 3 were about the logistics of Burning Man. And I was just like, oh man, 80% of it was not about the burn. It was about the Burning Man organization that puts it on and shit, and the trials and tribulations they had to go through, for COVID and all this kind of stuff. The 4th episode is about the mud burn, which is I kind of like people knowing about that. So they're maybe the fucking cowards get scared and don't want to go, which we don't the people who are scared by that, watching a documentary about the mud burn, they're oh, I don't want to go to that. Good. We don't want you to go. But that was Katie's first burn, and she loved it. She went back. I was so apologetic. I'm like, oh my God, your first burn, and 3 days of it or 4 days of it was just going nowhere in the mud because we couldn't use our vehicles. We could barely walk anywhere. And she's like, I had a blast. Okay. And then we went back next year and it was perfect. Mudburn it's the name they gave the Burning Man that year because it rained. And if it rains out there in the playa, it is fucking awful. Because the dust out there turns to clay and you can't drive, you can't walk, you can't ride your bike. It's fucking awful. Did you mean to give him to give me that version? Yo, Strider, thank you for giving a sub to Jack and his Cannibals. Also, Wabajack giving a sub to It Burns When I PvP. That's a good one. That's a good one. Let me download that, Scott. Okay.
You're a cunt.
Quick. The scooter died. Get in my speedboat.
No. Unfortunately, that also does not work that well. I also gave him a sub to start stream. Oh, yeah, I said thank you, Trash Hunter. I saw you gifted a sub to Lindsay. Okay. Did you, Scott wants to know, Grinbringer, if you meant to do this one instead. This soundbite. Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. Get your fucking hands up. Perhaps. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. Maybe? No, you didn't want that one? It was for Vincent, so his call. All right, we'll leave it to Vincent then. What up, Not Enough Gun? How you doing? All right. Let's jump in while we wait for this ad break here. Let's get to the Wars of Star. Let's all Sith our pants. Oh, fuck right. I've got to change the resolution. I forgot. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Obsidian. One minute. There we go. Ah, fuck. I've got to restart the game. I've got to restart the game. How far did we get? Well, we got off the tutorial planet. And we got to whatever the next place is. Eat my asshole! Thank you, Goody, with 300 bits. Okay. Well, yep, we got off to Citadel Station. That's right, and we did a couple of races and we played some Pazak. And I think we're gonna play a little more Pazak just to get into the game here. Helden giving a sub to Free Vincent. Why'd you time him out? 86,000 seconds, Scott now. Come on, Scott now. that's a bit much, Scotty too hotty. Oh, right. I got my controller.
Hey there. Care for a game of Pazak?
You know what? You know it. You have any cards I could buy? What are these ones? The flip card? It could be 3 or 6, right?
Hey there. Sure.
Let's play
If
for
you
credits.
insist.
Thanks, Scott. Yes, 40, and I will. There. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. Time to hit that 20. Man, these sounds, though. Oh, well, I just happen to have a -3 there. I just happen to have a -3. Another win for old Zeke. 20? I gotta win this one. This is a must-win situation. 12? Oh. Do I not know how to use this? Apparently. I thought it could be 2 or 4. It's 2 and 4? What is that? I don't know what that means, I guess. What am I fucking up here?
Looks like luck was on.
I think that card reversed 2 and 4 to negative. Mercer, I love it. I'm loving it, man.
Hey there. Sure. If you
I do insist. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Shit. God damn it. I hate playing to a tie. Fuck. $13. Son of a bitch! There. Oh no, I have +4 or -4. Shit. Better go another one. Son of a bitch, you made it to exactly 20! Fuck you.
looks like luck.
Not bad for an
Old timer. Not bad for an old timer. Oh, oh, that's why.
Hey there.
Okay.
Sure.
Credits.
If you
Yes. Okay. Play. Yes. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, good. At least I didn't waste it. Fuck me, dude. God damn it! Hit me! Damn it, how do you hit on those? Here is cheating. Oh my god.
Looks like luck was on. If you're in.
No, I don't want to play.
Looks like luck was on.
You're a cheater. I know you're a cheater.
Ah, so you must be the Jedi everyone's been whispering about.
No name. Thank you for the
More
18
caught
months.
on to TSF, I hope.
Oh, Vincent, I didn't see you give the sub to Fuck Scott. Did I say that already? Fuck Scott. Welcome, Fuck Scott. You're welcome here. Let's see. You should probably keep out of matters that don't concern you.
Perhaps you don't know who I am?
Someone with an inflated view of himself?
You haven't been on Citadel Station long, have you?
No.
Let me introduce myself.
No.
I'm Bennock, the man in charge
You
of
talk like a
Lopax
cat
Slusk's
would talk.
protection. You do know who Lopax Slusk is, don't you? The two gentlemen with me are Matu and Nahata, Slusk's finest men, other than me, of course.
Oh, leave the woman alone, Bennock. I bet she'd come out on top if you fought.
Now, Luxa, I meant no disrespect. You're probably Slusk's strongest woman.
It's your skin, Bennock. Just warning you, Slusk could easily replace you.
Yo, Darkshire giving a sub to Fox God. Thank you for that. She's right. Mess with me and you're dead.
We were just leaving anyway. Come on.
Oh,
Wise
you
man.
coward. Get out of here, you pussy. Love that Star Wars Cantina music.
Welcome to the Entertainment Module. We feature Citadel Station's most talented all-Bith band around the clock, as well as live Twi'lek dancers. You won't find any holograms here. Casual Pazak players should be able to find a friendly match in the game room. Or, if you're a bit more seasoned, we have daily tournaments with some of the best players in the Outer Rim. Cards too slow for you? Try your hand at Citadel Station's swoop track and see if you can challenge the all-time records. Last but not least, we feature only the finest cuisine and beverages from Ryloth to Coruscant.
Jizz music.
I don't understand your problem with the Republic. It's not like Onderon hasn't benefited from joining.
It was one of the darkest days in our history. Talia sold Onderon to the Republic, and what did we receive in return? Nothing. In exchange for the blood of our soldiers, the prosperity of Iziz has been stripped to decorate dead planets like this.
Look, if it weren't for the Republic, you'd all be speaking Mandalorian by now.
I've heard that
And
argument
because we
before.
accepted the Republic's aid, we should be indentured to them forever?
That's right, France.
You make it sound like the Republic turned Onderon into a prison colony.
Perhaps. Only that the Republic did not even conquer us. Our own betrayed us and allowed the Republic to take what it would. Well, if our treasury continues to be sapped, projects like this one, Onderon will be the next dead planet on the Outer Rim.
Okay, I haven't changed anything. It just really, the music is really bumping in here. Oh, Doton Head. That's the one who has the slave girl. Let's save it before we talk to him. Wonderful sight, isn't it? The best of my dancers and the best I've seen in many years. I've come on behalf of Hara. That one must be about Ramana then. Fine, give me your proposal. I think dark side would be give me the girl or I will kill you, probably, right? Must we be so rash? That is not the way to do business. If this is the way you wish to approach negotiation, I have no wish to deal with you. You'll be dealing with my blaster. It'll do you no good. Romana has been outfitted with a transmitter. If you should kill me, I shall simply obliterate her. A waste to be sure, but I feel you do not understand the nature of our relationship. Is there something you want in exchange? A man of many possessions, inanimate object to bring me little joy, but see the beauty of dance is a rare treat. Credits if it must be. The currency of the Republic is such a mundane way for businessmen to arrange their deals. But if that is the only way, I would accept no less than 2,000 credits for it. Time to persuade! Oh, shit. How about you wager her on a game of Pazak? What if I do the persuade first? Maybe I get experience points? Fuck. He did not care. Can I try again? Is it a hard lock? No, okay. I quick saved before, yeah. How about you wager her on a game of Pazak? Situation interesting. I do like the way you think. There's merit. Fine, I shall place Romana as a wager in a Pazak game. Up against wager of 1,000 credits of your own, I think. Okay. Sounds good. Let's go. Yeah. The minus cards, I thought I'd like the minus cards more, but I don't. Nailed it. Yeah, got it. Okay, bitch. Do I just tie? Okay, we'll just tie. Yeah. Ooh, 19. Damn it! Come on. Wow, low cards. Shit on me. Wow. Oh, you fucking had a -3, you liar. You did not have a -3, you prick. Okay. Oh. Let's go. Oh, you fucking asshole. Come on. Just let me have it. Yeesh. Anything but a 10. He's going to give me a 10, but anything but a 10 will be fine. Motherfucker. Are you fucking kidding me? Anything but a 10. Oh my God. Good Lord. let's go.
Davadumpa
Davadumpa. Well played, China Izichi. It was a good set of games, though perhaps not enough to make up for losing Romana, but I will keep my word. Very sad to see her go. It's true, it's always the best to avoid becoming attached to anything in my line of work. Business is completed. I would ask you to depart from here now, but do not hesitate to call upon me should you have a further exchange. Your period of servitude is finished. Your ownership is transferred to this human. She's mine now, and I ain't giving her back. Stay here. I will collect your earnings later. Now, quick question if anybody knows. If I tell her to stay here, can I bring her back eventually? Or is this a end-all be-all choice? Like, can I earn some money from her first and then take her back? Every level you go see her, she gives you 100 credits. Seems like a pretty dark side choice to me. Dance, girl, dance! Yeah, let's get some dark side points. I was hoping that would give me some dark side points. Let's go. How we looking? Oh, we're getting pretty dark. It's Thursday. She has a rant on Thursday. Yes, give them to me. Easy money. Just to watch you dance. Okay. Now I go back to... Oh, is that the end of that mission? Oh. Yep. Yep, that was the end of that mission. Okay. That's fine. You know what? We're going to live with that. We're living with that choice. And now, who asked me to do it so I can go kill them?
Zerka's mercenaries are getting out of hand, and they're too much for the TSF to handle. We need Republic troops to restore.
Oh, that's the shop, right? Okay. Oh, it was an apartment complex, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was one of these apartments. Not you. Not you. Oh, it's you. There we go. Hara, hey, what up? I got bad news for you, homie. Hi! Oh, I can after the fact. I need 1,000 credits to wager on a Pazak game for Romana. Well, I have credits. I will give them to wager on Pazak with Dilton. That was my undoing. I won't let him take advantage of me twice. Oh. So I just never tell him? Okay, perfect. We're still working on it. Don't worry about it. You'll get your sister back in no time. Oops. Not there. Not there. All right, what's my main mission? Oh, wait. Oh, I gotta get the droid. Bay 2 of Dock Module 126. Ah, that's where I need to go. Okay. Okay. Lieutenant Gren.
Something I can help you with?
I don't know. How will you recover from the destruction of the Paragus mining facility that I had nothing to do with by destroying asteroids?
To be honest with you, I just don't know. We desperately rely on the fuel to keep Citadel Station running. If we can't find a new fuel source soon, we'll be in bad shape.
How bad?
There's enough fuel in the reserves to keep Citadel Station from falling out of orbit, and for managing the restoration project, but not much more than that.
Can the Republic increase funding?
If only it were that easy. The Republic's tight on credits right now, still recovering from the war. They're sparing all they can, but it's not enough. We relied almost completely on Paragus for our fuel. It's hard to make up for a planet's worth of fuel exports.
I can, it's very tough, and I have no idea why someone would blow up your fuel deposits for no reason. Is there anything that can be done?
Absolutely. We need to find a new fuel service, sign contracts, make agreements. A soldier like me is not good at that sort of thing.
I'll keep my eyes out if there's some sort of finder's fee.
Tell you what, you find fuel contracts for Citadel Station, and I'll be sure to pay you for it. Soldier's honor.
Better get those credits ready.
I'll be waiting.
Okay. Ma'am, you look dead. What is wrong? Do you require assistance? Greetings. Oh, there we go. What's in this base? Orbital phrase using it for the restoration project. Normally it's used for transport flora and fauna. Okay. Normally what's it being used for now? Nothing really. Restoration effort has been brought to a standstill. Why is that? The planet restoration contract disputes with Circa that must be resolved before we can resume our work. I know little more than that. Chodo, Habat, our leader can tell you more. Okay, I'll be going now. Alright, let me save. And Chodo Habat sent me to help deliver the replacement restoration droid. Chodo did not send word of you. You'll have to excuse me for attempting these things. I must be certain. Here are my credentials. You're welcome. Why would they put lockers here if I can't break into them?
I'm glad you're here. I'm the only man the TSF could spare, and frankly, I got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, you're gonna have a way worse feeling about this. Yep.
Excuse me, Master, but it seems we have some additional visitors.
Oh. I did not know you guys were going to be here. Oh, these are thugs. Okay. Well, let us... Let's blast that one. Blast that one. Blast that one. Blast that one. And one more for good measure. Okay. Again, deleted them.
Master, one of the assailants was carrying this.
An assassin's tool. It's no surprise that hired killers would carry weapons such as these. Awareness, it looks as though the blaster has been heavily modified. Interesting, I believe you're correct. Though I'm by no means an expert, such modifications are illegal on Citadel Station. Lieutenant Gren should be informed so that he might conduct an investigation. I will leave it with you. More importantly, we must take the droid back to Choto Habat. I fear there may be more attacks if we do not see it quickly to safety. Of course. I'll get him to Choto right away. Please follow Jaina Izichi to the compound. Let's go. Oh, modified holdout blaster. Okay. Okay. Just got a PhD in material science a week ago. Well, hell yeah, Dr. Detective Dave Kitty 31. That's awesome. Congratulations. Oh. Well. Not as good as his other blaster. And also, I don't think weapons are allowed here. Sure. We don't do a lot of stealth. There we go. You have heal? You do have heal. Okay, good. And all party members by 2 points. Effect lasts for 20 seconds. Yeah, do that. Oops. Okay, and now we do Jedi support. That's what we want. Yep. Power to heal. Only Jedi can use his behavior. Good. Yes, that's what we wanted.
Just say the word.
What is it?
Okay, there we go. All right, now she should be healing us, hopefully. Hey, is that protocol droid gonna follow me?
I will trust your judgment, Master.
Yes, okay. Yes, follow me. Oh no, where am I taking it? Zerka.
I don't understand. I was just told that I would be taken to the Ithorian compound. I was to be given...
Unless you want to be melted down for scrap, you'll come with me quietly.
How dreadful. In that case, I believe I shall accompany you.
Sounds good. And don't talk so loud, dude. Oh, they skipped the escort?
Excellent.
Yes, let's
my
go.
faith in your abilities was well founded. We'd like to get this droid into service as quickly as possible. Oppo Chano?
It'll take some time for me to rewire the droid. Have it ready. Better than you even.
Greetings, Executive Lorso. How may I be of service?
Just plug into the mainframe and get to work.
Right away, Executive Lorso.
Was there any leftover parts, like, say, maybe a droid processor or chassis or control cluster? Perhaps? Because I need those three things to fix my best friend.
Repairs to see to.
Yeah, we got it.
Now then, your payment. Here are the credits agreed upon.
Give 'em
There
up.
is another task I would like you to perform for me.
Whatever gets me paid.
Do you doubt that I will uphold my part of our agreement?
No, I didn't say that.
When my word is given, it will not be retracted. Now, on to business. You proved that you can handle yourself quite well in dealing with the retrieval of the droid intelligence. The next matter of business I would ask of you is much more delicate. When we first set up here on Citadel Station,
Not good at delicate. Not really good at
was
delicate.
already quite well established. Lopax Slusk had more influence over business matters than the Telosian government. To ensure our success, we involved ourselves with the exchange. And now that we have a handle on the situation, we wish to unentangle ourselves from them. If you know anything about the exchange, then you know that they would not take this well.
Okay.
Slusk is loath to have his hands removed from any business on the station. So, a more direct method.
You want me to kill him? Just say it.
To put it plainly,
Oh.
I want you to kill Lopax Slusk.
Well, fuck. There we go. The pay better be good for that.
I realize it won't be an easy task, as Slusk keeps himself well protected. You would be well compensated for it.
Any ideas how to get to him?
I have a feeling they won't just let you march into their offices. Luxa is Slusk's second. She spends little time in the exchange offices, though, preferring the cantina in the urban module. She might be able to set up an appointment.
I'll do it.
Good. I'll be happy to continue our working relationship.
Let's go! We are dark side all the way. How we looking? Oh, we're getting darker and darker, you bro. Get your shit from the jail? Oh. Okay. That's locked, right? Of course it's locked. I don't know where the jail is. And also, are they going to allow me to do that? Did I go in the wrong? I did. Okay. Oh wait, I can use one of these things to teleport, right? Oh, entertainment module. That's where I want to go. It said shuttle bay. I wanted to say entertainment module. Okay. Oh, this guy. Doesn't this guy have my shit? Wouldn't it be in there, in the armory?
Something I can help you?
Oh, talk to the receptionist. Okay. I have a blaster I'd like you to look at.
A blaster? I don't see why not. What? Where did you get this?
I was ambushed by thugs. One of the attackers was carrying this.
Interesting. This is no ordinary holdout blaster. It's been outfitted with a number of illegal modifications.
Terrible.
You say you found this at the docks?
Yep, just found it.
That is disturbing
Just
news.
sitting there. Disturbing. There are plenty of armed people on Citadel Station.
Yes, that is true. But a weapon with these black market editions should not be available on the station. When off-world weapons are transported onto Citadel Station, whether they are personal arms or shipments to be resold, they are inspected and licensed by the TSF. This confirms my fear that there is a source of black market weapons and components here on the station. I could use your help getting to the bottom of it.
You found more evidence previously?
We have found a number of blasters similar to this one, as well as a crate of contraband weapons upgrades.
A crate of weapons, you say?
A relative stranger as yourself might be useful for the investigation. You'd be compensated, of course.
Of course.
Great. The first thing I would suggest is showing the blaster around.
Discreetly. Okay.
See if anyone on the station knows something about it, or at least reacts suspiciously. There's more than a few people around here I'd suspect having a hand in this. Anyways, good luck. Let me know if you find the source of the blaster.
Will do. All right, bye-bye.
Welcome to...
Ebon Hawk. Oh, get my possessions.
I will call up the appropriate information now.
Thank you.
One moment. Searching.
Thank you.
One moment. I regret to inform you that the Ebon Hawk is gone. The TSF believes it was stolen and is currently investigating.
What the fuck? My ship? Damn it, Bane's joke of the day. I was sitting here, drinking coffee in my slippers this morning, when I thought to myself, I really need to wash some mugs. Because the coffee is in the slippers. Yeah, that's good. I like it. I like it. Stolen? How's it even possible?
It seems the Ebon Hawk was transferred to Telos' surface.
You got jack, fool!
Dock. However, both the requester and the point of delivery are unknown. In addition, the vessel is not showing up at any government-sanctioned landing site. I would conjecture that it has been stolen, and the TSF records have been illegally accessed and modified.
I knew it! That stupid T3 unit stole our ship. It's probably joyriding through the system right now, laughing at us, laughing at me.
That is unlikely.
Shut up,
While
Caden.
your utility droid is not accounted for, numerous satellites track all incoming and outgoing vessels. There is no record of the Ebon Hawk leaving the system.
Wait, you're saying the ship's actually somewhere on Telos' surface? I don't understand. Telos' atmosphere is highly corrosive outside the shielded restoration zones. Where else could someone land safely?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's all the information.
Thank you,
I have
Elevated
for
Steam.
you.
I am
Of
doing well
course,
today.
The quarters and residential module OE2 will remain yours until the situation is resolved.
Can I get my possessions back?
Fortunately, your possessions were kept in the armory and were uncompromised.
Good.
I will open the door for you so that you may retrieve them.
Thank you.
You will find them in the security lockers.
How about I wait here until you give me another ship before someone gets hurt?
There is nothing I can do. I am sorry for what has happened, but the situation is beyond me. I cannot legally supply you with another vessel.
Is there anything more the TSF can do?
Not beyond investigating the matter and extending our offer of free room and board.
Great. I'm going. Alright. Get items. Okay, empty. Yeesh. And now we re-equip fucking everything. Okay. Dark Padawan robe. Awareness. Immunity to poison. Wisdom +1. Yeah, wisdom +1. Save +1. Yep, reflex package. Yeah, longsword. And then plasma torch, I guess, in case I need to break into something without a friend. And then demolitions, fortitude, reflex. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And oh, she can't have anything either, can she? Okay. How long is your lightsaber? Long enough to hit bottom, I'll tell you that. Yeah! We want the arcane heavy pistol and the mining laser. And then we want him to have the big gun. What is it? The ion rifle that we have. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. I forgot. He can have good armor. 7. Yeah, 7's the best. There you go. Echani battle armor. And she just gets clothes. Sure. Okay. 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 Whatever. Vibro sword. Oh, she only has she only has one hand. Okay. I think that's everybody. Everybody's all kitted back out again. I can't recall exactly what button it is, but you can change what your character is looking at with Q and E on the keyboard. Yeah. Yeah, I can do it with right bumper, left bumper. Yeah, with my controller. Yeah. All right, what are my missions? My current Ebonhawk is stolen. An assigned assassin disguised as a botched random TSF officer by an attempt on your life. Hired him. Oh yeah, in the HK-47 mission, right. Okay. Oh ship! Asking questions is a dangerous hobby, spacer. Better keep your nose out in your own business instead of somebody else's. Never know when you'll end up dead. Unfortunately, you won't get a chance to learn that lesson. Okay. Okay. We're good. That guy was nothing. Tweren't nothing. Oh, Corn Fault! Oh, this is the bonus mission!
Is there something I can do for you?
What do you do at Zerka?
I'm Zerka employee, Citadel Station Branch, number 85. Finally worked my way out of the trenches into a promotion. Then Zerka transferred me here to the Outer Rim to manage the military reclamation effort. And that wasn't the worst of it either. Now I've got Lorso as my new superior in a career that's going nowhere.
What can you tell me about Zerka?
What's there to say? We're the only corporation with a branch on Citadel Station.
This is
Getting in
jizz!
early, as they say. If this whole Telos thing pans out, we could be in a great position. If Lorso doesn't screw it up, that is.
Telos thing, you mean planet restoration?
Yeah, it's a long shot considering the state of the Republic these days. Still, if it works out, the Republic may decide to start restoring other war-torn worlds. At least, that's what Zerka hopes. If we can integrate ourselves into the process, Zerka stands to make a tidy profit in the future.
How does Zerka profit from the restoration project?
Quite a few ways. As part of the Republic contract rewarded for a planet like Telos, Zerka is allowed to use the planet's natural resources to help fund and support the project. On top of that, the Senate's easy to negotiate with. They're liberal with the amounts of credits they throw around, even with the Republic being in the shape it's in. And of course, new planets mean new markets for Zerka products. All in all, a very good arrangement for us.
Tell me about Lorso.
Yeah, Jana Lorso. That woman's a... Look, forget it. She's my superior, and that's that. She'll screw up soon enough, and then I'll move in for the kill.
Okay. I think you just have a problem with women.
That's not the point. This has nothing to do with
point.
whether she's a man,
You're right, but
woman,
that's not the point.
Duros, or droid. She's got her hands in too many dirty little... Whoa, I think I've had a few too many drinks. I shouldn't be talking to you about this stuff. Just forget it.
Believe me, I know what you mean. I've been pressed into her service.
Oh, so you're the one she's got running all of her dirty little projects. I don't know how you do it. You must need her for something bad.
Money!
I've been trying to get her removed for months now, but nothing seems to work.
Dirty little?
Need to resort to more drastic measures. I shouldn't be talking
Thank
about
you,
this.
J.
Forget
Master.
I said anything. You must have good
102
reason if you're
months.
helping her, so just be careful. If she decides you've outlived your usefulness, let's just say you should watch yourself.
I'll be going now. Oh, there she is. No, can you... Yeah, talk to Luxa, please.
Hello there. Fresh blood at the cantina. Enjoy. Your drinks are on me. We should talk. Later.
Can you tell me anything about this blaster?
Hand it over and take a look at it.
Tasty Empire with
Can't say I
69
recognize
months
it.
with the sausage.
It's good work, though. Whoever fixed it up knew what they were doing. It's certainly not mine, I can tell you that.
I'd like to meet with Lopat Slusk.
Is that all? What a disappointment. Yes, what you were told is true. I can arrange meetings with Lopak Slusk, but you'd have to give me a good reason.
I need to speak with him on behalf of Jane Lorsa of Zerka.
Well, that's hardly reason enough.
Or Jaina.
Tell you what. I heard about what you did down at the docks. I could use someone capable like yourself to do some work.
Ah, fuck.
Just
More
consider
side
me.
quests, god damn it. I'd do it, but you better hold me under the deal.
I'm a reasonable woman. Help me, and I'll help you.
All right.
Good. Rejection is just one of the many things I don't take too kindly.
What's this test of yours?
I need to make a transaction with 2 bounty hunters that have recently arrived on Citadel Station. Very simple. Weapons for credits. I want you to go in my place as my representative. They're being very careful, and I'd rather not be bothered. Here, this case holds the weapons they'd like to purchase. I was not told the place of the meeting, only to go to the medical unit in residential
Medical
082
unit.
and await a communication.
Gotcha. How many credits will I be receiving?
In exchange for the weapons case? 500. You'll receive your cut from that amount.
Sounds like a setup.
They'd be very foolish if that was their plan. I'd hope they knew better than to try and cross the exchange.
Okay, I'll be back.
And I'll be waiting. Hello there.
Whoops. Okay. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe a quick game of Pazak? You think? Maybe just one quick game of Pazak?
Hey there.
Get 40 credits. I still don't know what this means. Advanced Pazak side card. Use Pazak deck. This card changes the sign, positive, negative, all your 2s and 4s in play. Okay. Okay. I get it.
Hey there. Sure. If you're in.
Okay. Just one quick game. Fucking asshole. Touch me there.
Pezek, please no.
Okay, how about a 7 or a 3? Not quite what I was hoping for. Oh. I can't play 2 cards at once. Damn it. There we go. There's a win. You gotta be kidding me with this.
Looks like...
No. We'll not lose this. They fucking cheat. The goddamn computer cheats.
Zerka's mercenaries are getting out of hand and they're...
The war is really in...
Welcome to the... We can cop lab.
It's always the same story. When things are going well, no one ever thanks the Republic. Oh, but when problems start, that's always where the fingers are pointed first.
Well, if our treasury continues to be sacked...
Zerka's mercenaries are getting out of hand and they're too much for the TSF to handle. We need Republic...
The war has really inflated prices here.
Zerka's mercenaries are getting out of hand and they're too much for the TSF to handle. We need Republic troops to restore order.
Okay. So none of these guys have any information for me. All right, let's do a... We got to go to... Yeah, residential module 82. Yeah, okay. So yeah, all the way up. No, I like it too, Kache. I just wish there was music playing. Oh, the medical unit, right. Which is... Oh, it's in West, isn't it?
Do you really think it's a good idea to be working for the exchange?
Do I think working with the most notorious criminal organization in the galaxy is a good idea? We don't have a choice. Zerka's going to help us find the Ebon Hawk, but only if we deal with the exchange.
Is it really worth it, though? I don't know if we can trust Lorso either. I mean, it takes something to ally yourself with the exchange.
If she backs out of her agreement, we'll just have to force the issue.
As long as you're ready for it.
Yeah, I am.
I hope it doesn't come to that.
What the fuck? The fuck was that? How did I end up back here? Can we ditch this loser? No, first opportunity I get, I'm having an all-droid squad. Because we got wet blanket number 1 and wet blanket number 2. Just cramping our fucking style.
Hello there, and greetings from Isis and Onderon.
Who are you?
I'm a diplomat from Queen Talia on Onderon. My stay was supposed to have been shorter, but the contract disputes over the restoration project have prolonged it.
Why are you here?
The Ithorians negotiated the export of flora and fauna from Onderon, but with their disagreements with Zerka, the status of our arrangement is in the air.
Okay, I'll be going. Listen carefully. The instructions will only be repeated once. The meeting place is Unit B3 in Residential 082 East. Come alone when the meeting is off. Do not do anything foolish. We are watching.
I hear you.
Okay, listen up, dickhead. I said do a thing, and now do a thing. What is happening? There.
Damn thing's stuck.
Oh, skill's too low, huh? Right? Let's see.
I hear you.
Thank you. Wait, was there a terminal? Yeah, there was a medical. There we go. Terminal. Oh. Log out, I guess. Alright, fine. It doesn't need a remaster. It's perfect. No, I mean, it doesn't need a remaster, but, you know, updated graphics, a little bit more quality of life stuff, like, added in. I wouldn't be mad at it. I'd buy it and play it, probably. I don't think they need to change much. I would just love it to be like, you know. B3 82 East. B. Yep, right in front of me. Apartment B1. Oh. Oh, you were told to come along. Please do not take us for fools. Leave your companions return. Do not try our patience. Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Before we do that.
Just say the word. Damn thing's stuck.
Impossible. Okay.
I hear you.
Nothing in there. Okay. I forgot which one is our room. Ah, it's this one. Okay.
You have grown strong in the Force, I can be warned.
Yeah.
The highest of mysteries cannot be found by falling to the dark side.
I don't know if that's true.
But I sense a disquiet in you, an unrest. Such things will erode your strength.
I'm anxious for the chance to test my power against something greater. There is no way to display my strength when the galaxy is filled with begging fools unable to solve their own problems.
They sense the trappings of power and decision upon you. Their lives are static, trapped, and they see one who carries no such chains.
Oh, in begging for aid, they show their weakness and deserve death?
Ah, then you have learnt nothing. From such small things, from such critical points, the universe and its masses
may be moved.
Stupid!
That is why you must
Sorry.
be careful in all that you do and in every choice you make. Aiding them gives you strength by taking on their challenges, but weakens them. If that is your choice, then use their dependency, feed upon it, until you have exhausted them.
And then leave them. Yes,
And
I
would
love
view
her.
the ones you travel with much the same way.
Will never abandon my friends. I do not turn to my allies. Then I shall view you as disposable then.
Ah, now you are learning. Do you know why those we meet display such weakness? As I said, their lives are static, untested. It is only through interaction, through
She
decision
seems to be
and choice,
coming my
through
way.
confrontation, physical or mental, that the force can grow within you. You have seen it.
Yes.
You have felt it within
Yes.
you as you have traveled with
Oh,
me.
yes.
The growing anger,
The
the
rage
rage,
and the power it brings.
Yet the power does not build without such struggle. Through small cruelties, greater ones are born. Ask.
Oh, I already did this. Influence gained. Let's go. Influence gained and dark side points. Let's fucking do it. That's what we want.
Something up?
Some questions?
All right.
Oh. Never mind. All right. How do I get them to stay behind? I can't kill them. I wish I could. Oh, there we go. We can add and dismiss. There we go. Aha! Okay, there we go. Yes, you can corrupt your teammates. Absolutely, you can. Other way. Doors will be open. Please enter and await further instructions. Okay.
Be careful. I would not put too much trust in the exchange. Even if Luxa is not deceiving you, their dealings will unlikely be safe. It may be a good idea to prepare yourself for a confrontation.
I'm as prepared as I want to be. I got my fucking, I got my scream ready. Oh shit. Oh, it was time. Okay. Treat those mention. Oh, treat us with disrespect. Yeah, I do. Business is business. Indeed, upon transfer of credits, I was instructed to display with the contents of this case. Please extend my thanks to your employer. Because of TSS regulations, acquiring the tools of our trade has become rather difficult. I see. Let us finish our business then. Indeed, if you hand the case to me, my associate will provide you with the credits agreed upon. Here are the credits. We made our job quite a bit easier. Easier? We would not have thought a fortune so good a target would deliver not only yourself but the weapons to us. Now you will die. Okay. Okay now. Two for you, and one for you. Let's go. Shouldn't have did that. The bowcaster. None of these have treasure in them, huh? None of them? Well. Oh, can I just...
Yes. Very well.
Oh, okay. We've already done that. And now you must gather your party before venturing forth. Damn. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, to entertainment module. Yes, asshole XP. Absolutely. Is there not a fucking like teleport module on this in this place? There has to be, right? Where I can download a map. Oh, it's right there. There it is. Okay, there we go. It was hiding behind that little wall there by the door.
Still in one piece? I heard something about a violent disturbance in the
Speaking
residential
of One
module.
Piece, so you are rocking
Nothing
it.
to do with you, I hope.
I heard the violent disturbance in the residential module. Nothing to do with you, I hope. Was there? It must have been something else.
Odd. Well, at least the transaction was successful.
I know.
It was successful, wasn't it?
Ho 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 ho. I think I'll keep the credits. Call it hazard pay.
I see. Well, I suppose you earned it. Very well. Keep them. I've got some more work for you, if you're up for it. A matter of a rather sizable debt.
I was gonna do this one thing, you're gonna set up a meeting, you bitch! Don't go back on your word! It's like these scoundrels can't be trusted! Sizable debt owed to the exchange, okay. Alright, give me the details.
Getting right to the
I
point.
like money.
I like that. Oppo Chano, one of Circa's droid technicians, owes a sizable gambling debt.
I don't
from
need
his
the
last stay
details,
on
dude.
Nar
Just,
Shaddaa.
do
We've
I
been
kill him?
patient with him, but we can only let a debt go unpaid for so long.
Right.
Oh, I know how that works. Gambler's down on his luck, almost out of credits and doesn't know what to do, then
Shut the
bam,
fuck
there's a
up,
credit
Caden!
line all ready to go. His luck's gotta change,
The adults
right?
are talking!
So he makes a few more rounds of Pazak, and he's desperate now, desperate to win, little knowing that the deck's stacked against him and those 20s are never coming. Next thing he knows, his luck still hasn't changed. In fact, the only thing that has changed is now he owes his life's worth to some exchange boss, and he's getting intimate with a stimmed-up goon with a fist the size of his face.
Hey, that's the business. I can't be responsible for your lack of control.
Truth.
Lack of control?
Truth.
Why? Ah, never mind.
You'll find Chano in Unit B2, Residential 082.
Yeah.
Tell him his time is up, and we want those credits.
What if he doesn't have them?
Then rough him up, put some fear into him. Make sure he understands the situation.
How do I know you're not sending me to get shot again?
Look, if I wanted you dead, I think I'd send some armed killers. And Chano's harmless. He's just a technician. I wouldn't worry yourself.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. I
Vincent,
knew I could count on you.
thank you for gifting a sub to Ichuta. Ichuta. right, one more
Hey
game.
there. Sure. If you...
We're gonna beat this bitch one of these days. We're gonna beat her. God damn it! You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
Get your fucking hands up.
Get on out of your seats. All eyes on Zeke. All eyes on Zeke. It's gotta be a fucking, it's gotta be rigged. It's gotta be rigged. Okay, she's got one card left. And I have a victory over her, so it's just about ending at the right time. So if we get a 5, we win. 5. 2. All right, both of our hands are gone, so it's should be a fair fight. Fuck me. Okay. Low card, low card, low card, low card. Anything but a 9 or a 10. 50% chance. 50% chance. I gotta go for it. Oh my God! Well, better than losing, I guess. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Fuck you.
Looks like luck.
Fuck that, dude. Actual cheating. Looks like luck was on my side. Circuitory technician. Oh, fuck. Where is he, though? East? Was it east? Yeah, okay. I can't remember which one it was, though. A, B, or C. That's one of the QOL things I think would be nice to have put in this game. It's like, give me a quest marker. So I'm not just wandering around like an asshole. Oh, there he is. Opochano. What up, Bobo? How you doing? You sell droid parts? Oh, right. You can't get the droid parts you want anyways. I'm here to collect your debt. You don't have the credits. Look, I need you to pay your debt to Lux or I kill you. Or kill you. I don't have a choice. Because if I don't, she will not give me a meeting with Lopak Slusk. You would kill me for that? I'm sorry, I don't have credit, so I cannot pay you. What if I repaid your loan? I don't want to do that, though. 2,500 credits. I'll just have to kill you. You should have known better than get entangled with the exchange. You had no other options. You didn't?
What just happened? 1 minute we're just
Oh,
talking,
he's
and
going
then
dark
I
side
just lost
too.
control.
Let's go. He's going dark side. Just check the corpse for anything of value.
It's like this impulse just came over me. I couldn't stop myself. Next time, warn me. If you're out to kill someone, don't surprise me like that.
Influence gained. Let's go. How's he looking? He's looking pretty dark, man. Oh yeah, he's going dark side. Powered battle armor, eh? Can you have the powered battle armor? Oh, you can. It's heavy armor. Yep. Nope. Don't have a heavy armor guy yet. Okay.
Something up? I
Yes.
hear you.
Okay. Iron Nest. Oh yeah, Iron Nest came out, huh? Yeah, have fun with that, man. That's gonna be great. Okay. I can't believe I didn't get any dark side points for that. I killed a guy. Oh, Zeke killed a guy. Nobody liked him, doesn't count. Sorry.
You've returned. Did Chano cough up those credits?
You hit upgrade item on the workbench? Yes, I did. Yeah. I upgraded a couple of swords and looked at armor, but yeah. He refused to pay, so I killed him.
You killed him? And how do you expect us to be able to collect credits from a corpse?
I don't care. I wanted to kill him.
I see. Well, at the very least, we should be able to sell his equipment and possessions and regain our losses that way.
Yep.
Before you say anything, yes, I will arrange the meeting with Slusk that you desired. But first,
good.
I was wondering if you might listen to a proposition.
Oh, God.
A business proposition, given your obvious abilities. Let me ask you an honest question. This meeting with Slusk you want, it's because Lorso's fed up with him, right? I feel the same way about Slusk.
Okay.
And I think it's time someone solved the problem. I think that maybe our interests lie in the same direction.
Absolutely. If you want Slusk dead, I'll take him out for you.
You really do get right to the point, don't you?
You goddamn
I can
right
get you
I
into
do.
the exchange suites in
I ain't got time to
residential
fuck
08
around.
too. They're west of the entrance. More than a few of the guards are in my pocket, so there shouldn't be too much resistance inside. When Slusk's out of the way, I'll clear up this bounty matter and get your ship back. Deal?
Deal.
We'll speak again then. Best of luck, beautiful.
Oh, yeah. And a level up. No dark side points, though, huh? I thought for sure I'd get some. All right, let's do, yep. Feet. Oh, yeah, I get the next feat. Okay. Where am I? Okay. There we go. Toughness 2. Improved flurry would be good for No. Improved toughness is not bad. Just getting more HP is nice. If and when I get a fucking lightsaber. Or I could just go the RP route and get +2 to persuade awareness and treat injury. Oh, this feat replaces the +1? Oh my god. So it just gives me another +1. Ugh. Fine. Ooh. Night speed. More swiftly than physical limitations allow for there's movement speed is doubled, defense increased by 4, and attack. And 1 attack per round is gained. Oh shit. I still haven't had an opportunity to use Dominate Mind yet. Horror. Crowd control. Or I can, oh, can I upgrade my scream yet? 5 to 30 points of sonic damage. Absolutely. Oh, I get that. Oh, and one more. Perfect. Scream and horror. Yeah, someone probably knock on the door. She says she can get you into Bumani Exchange Corp and Exchange Front in Residential Module 82 East. Oh, I am in East. This whole thing is just called residential module. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, Bumani Exchange. Idiot. Luxa sent me. Vula, human energy slusk. Everything checks out. Please open the door. Do I know what I'm doing? I don't know. Okay.
I'm terribly sorry, but there must be some sort of mistake. I don't have a record of your appointment. Are you certain it was for today?
Oh, force, persuade, or persuade. Now, does anyone know the mechanics of it? Do they both give me XP? Or does only one give me XP? Ichuta. Anyone know? No. Nah. Everybody's no idea. Okay. I'll force persuade her then.
You know what? There must be a mistake in the system. Why don't I open that door for you? What was your name?
Jaina Izichi.
Excuse me, Lopak Slusk's appointment has arrived. Please open the inner door. There you are. Have a good day.
Thank you.
That was a lot easier than I thought it would be.
Well, that didn't give me any XP. Let's see if the other way does. I mean, I guess we could just, you know,
I'm terrible.
Figure it out.
Well, if... Very well. What was your name? Excuse me. There you are.
Neither one. No, of course not. Travis Freeman, I was placed here by two large Gamorreans, and I do not know the reason why. They have not fed me, and will not allow me to return to my herd. How do I set you free? Force cage, open it remotely. There should be a security panel somewhere. I'll be going now. Yeah, that circle's gonna get horrid and then screamed at. Hey, everybody! I'm here to start the party! I'm sorry, I can't understand you. You got a bounty. What do you want? I want... Luxa sent me to kill you. Well, she better hope you succeed. I'm growing weary of that pink tart's constant shrilling and plotting. Don't worry, I will. Yes, yes, very melodramatic. Enough of this. Kill her and anyone with her.
With pleasure.
Oh, that guy. Okay. We'll horror them. Horror him. Then we'll give 4 scream and a 4 scream. See what happens.
You know where that came from?
Didn't even touch me. Let's check his remains. Oh my god, he melted into a backpack! The force is very strong with this one. Alright. Let's see.
Just say the word.
What is it?
Are we gonna... Oh, we're not gonna fight? Okay. Luxa said you're strong. I will get you inside. We will see how strong you are. Boss, Matu is here with Kubis from the door. You want to see him now? Yes, I will send him. What? Whoever let you back here better be dead, or they'll be wishing they were when my droids are through with you. Uh-oh. Okay. I do have that. Let's see if that works. That works just fine. You've handled yourself well getting this far, but you should think things over carefully. I can be a very valuable ally. Just what is it you want? To join the exchange? Money? Oh, neither one apparently. I don't have a choice for this one. You. Dead. All this trouble just for that? Yeah, pussy mouth. Seems we have some visitors. I was wondering when you'd show up, Luxa.
Slusk.
I assume this is all you're doing?
I may have had a hand in this, yes.
I suppose I should have known. You always were an ambitious one. Enough with that, though. On to business at hand. I don't think it's possible that all of us will be leaving this room alive. Can't we talk about this, come to an agreement? That's right, I'm here to finish the job. I don't think so, but don't worry, Luxa. I'll be taking care of her soon enough. I'm not looking for a fight. Oh, I can kill them all? Sure.
Not as soon as you might think.
Damn. Okay. Let's get some horror on her. And then oops, and then get some scream on her a few times. Now scream! Scream!
Nar Shaddaa isn't such a good idea after all.
Change your mind, Atten?
Did we just see what happened? The Exchange is one of the most powerful groups on the Smuggler's Moon. If this Goto wants you so badly...
He's not Darkseid anymore. What happened to his face?
Probably be a good idea not to show up on his doorstep, wouldn't you say? Not to mention, I'm sure Lopak Slusk has friends on Nar Shaddaa that won't be happy to hear he's gone.
We can't worry about that now. We get to the station. Let's get out of here before someone sees what happened. You're as much part of this as I am.
Yeah, I just can't help getting into trouble when you're around. Yeah, you're right. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Dude! Where are my dark side points for this? Oh, my camera's all fucked. Well, he didn't go any lighter. He's still semi-dark. Yeah, he's still good. Oh my god, shit is fucked up. I can't move my camera. Cameraman took the day off. Exchange negotiator. Luxa's disruptor. Oh. Oh, there we go. Now I got the camera back.
Yes.
Okay. That's all well and good. Vincent giving a sub to Classy Packs. Thank you very much, Vincent. We all good? We're all good. Okay, we got some new shit though. Ooh. Constitution, dexterity, and strength. I'll take it. Oh, 1-to-1 plus 1-to-6 physical. Okay. One to 6, 18-20 critical. Yeah. Ooh, 4 to 7. Yeah, why not? Have a couple of blasters. And then Sure, why not? Okay. Hi.
Please don't kill me. I'm only doing my job.
Well, I mean, you should have picked a different line of work then. I'm just gonna blow your fucking head off with a scream. There we go. Fucking finally some dark side points gained.
Your brutality grows tiresome.
What? Kreia. Kreia. You know what? Fuck that. I'm keeping it. I'm dark side. Wait, I got a better idea. Hold on. I got an idea.
Please don't kill.
Good thing we got the drop on him before he knew what was happening.
Oh, Atten! Influence gained! Let's go! Yeah, buddy! Dark side and influence? Fuck yeah. And now, like, hey, why don't you come on back? Hey, look at you. Hey, look, she's back. Isn't that nice? Not there to get pissy about it. They're vibro swords. They're not medieval swords, okay? Mission. You've ensured the exchange no longer pose a threat for Zerka Corporation Citadel Station. General Lorso and Zerka are waiting for word of your success. Wabbit Badger, thank you for 39 months. Oh, wait, what? Why are these guys T-posing at me? Oh, that's right. They're the space cops, right? I guess after killing them, I get a little interlude.
I have felt it too, my lord. A disturbance in the Force.
Someone needs some Banaka. Little throat spray, clear
It was
that
difficult
up.
to make out, my lord. At first it was such a quiet thing. I did not notice it, but now I wonder as if it has always been there.
Yes, I am, TIE Fighter.
I could not hear it before. The sound built so slowly, yet when you listen for it, you can make out the strains, even over the background life of the universe. Do you feel it is a...
Oh, I love it. Oh, keep going. I was almost there. Why'd you stop?
In which all life dies, my lord. All life exists to feed your power. And my life. My life is yours. I beg you, please, let me die. Yes, this disturbance echoes through the Force. I can follow it to its source and bring it to you. I will leave at once, my lord.
A long, long walk away. Holy shit. That walkway seems very impractical. Okay, and there we go. Did we win? Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Metal Vibrator. Okay. Oh, the Zerka offices and residential module have come under siege by their own mercenaries. Okay.
Help! We're under attack!
I agree, boop-de-weep boop.
I'm glad that Zerka put a case.
Oh man, they're back there T-posing like crazy.
More where that came from.
Oh, now they all have a level.
Only authorized Zerka personnel are allowed beyond this point.
Does that mean me?
Be reasonable, Loso.
Oh, okay.
You really aren't in a position to take such a negative view to our demands. We're not asking for much. If you agree to our terms, we'll make sure that Zerka never even hears of this.
I will not be badgered by you.
Sir, we have some visitors.
Holy cake!
There you are.
That chick had some
I was
cake on her.
wondering when you'd arrive.
I'm disappointed, Lorso. In the end, this was the best that you could do? Ah, well. I always was one for aggressive negotiations.
All right, then.
had my reservations about some of these mercenaries, but I had hoped that CSD would be able to keep them in line. It appears that I was wrong.
I believe some sort of payment would be in order for taking care of this problem for you.
Of course. I understand the importance of keeping a valuable asset like yourself happy.
Indeed.
I believe these
Also, I might
credits
get
should
mad
be
and kill you for no
sufficient to
reason.
repay you for your work. You are also welcome to anything found on the mercenaries' bodies as your own.
I should hope so.
They carried no Zerka issue equipment anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, this unfortunate turn of events has generated quite a bit more work for me, and I should be getting to it.
Dark side? No dark side? Okay. You said I can help myself to their remains, but there's nothing on their bodies.
Welcome back.
I've taken care of the exchange.
Good. I'll be sure to send some of my men in to make sure they don't have the opportunity to reorganize.
Uh-oh.
You've done well.
Oh, don't give me light side points. What about my reward? I've done your dirty work. Now where's my shuttle?
Yes, of course. I will provide a shuttle for you to land on the planet's surface, as per our agreement. The shuttle will be arriving shortly in
Thank you.
Docking Bay 3,
Hooray.
Dock Module 126.
Thank you.
I have informed Bay Control that you are on your way. Again, Zerka thanks you for your help, and hopes that we may continue our working relationship in the future.
Okay, no light side points gained. Good. Okay.
Welcome back.
Corin Fault is trying to get you removed.
Corin Fault. Ah, that one.
I'm a
You don't
tattletale.
say. I'll be honest with you, that one will never amount to anything. Can't see past his jealousy. Lets it consume him. If he could redirect to fuel his ambition, well, yes, then I'd be worried. But all the same, that sort of sentiment is dangerous if it's spread to the rest of my workers. Perhaps I should take steps to take care of this mutinous sentiment while it is still early.
If you want him removed, I'd be happy to do it.
Glad to hear it. I've no tolerance for people who don't have the stomach for business.
Oh, yeah.
However, I want him dealt with quietly.
Officially?
That's what I'll need your help for.
Oh, shit. What sort of help?
If I'm to have Fault arrested by CSD, I still need some sort of proof that he seeks to undermine our operation.
Okay. I could try to get him to reveal his plans and record
That
them.
is an excellent suggestion.
Oh, did I miss a sub?
Get him to
Oh, shit,
spill his plans
Stryer.
to you, then bring me the evidence. I will then have him taken in by CSD and send him along to Zerka Internal Investigations, and I'll have him out of my hair.
Thank you, Stryer, for giving a sub to Rock Hard Cock. Rock Hard Cock. We haven't discussed payment.
I'll pay you 500 credits for bringing me
Nah,
evidence
how about a
of
little
Fault's
more?
plans.
That seems low for such dangerous work.
You would be putting yourself somewhat
Yeah.
at risk, true enough. 600 credits then.
That sounds reasonable.
Welcome back.
What do you have to say about the Athorians' complaints?
I can understand why you might be on there.
Oh, I'm not.
Sure.
We already done
Habat's
this.
intentions are good enough. But I don't think Zerka plans to use some of the plan.
Yeah, I'll be going now. We've already heard that. Okay. My favorite kind, the rock hard kind. All right, let's save it. Okay. And now I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go pee, let the dogs out. I'll be right back. Enjoy the BRBs. But stick around. More Sith shenanigans when we return. You're not sure which BRB is more disturbing? They're both pretty bad, right? All righty, let's get back to it. Back to the War in the Stars. How much would you guys pay for a good kitchen knife? I'm trying to decide between a good one for slightly under 50 or well, I mean, if it's a kitchen knife, like a chef's knife, pay the money. It'll last you, the longer it lasts you and the better you like it, the more you'll realize you paid for a good product. Oh, right, I gotta get. Who's gonna be joining for Big Walk on Saturday, actually, Vunter? That's a good point. I forgot to tell you guys. In lieu, Indie Saturday is going to be tomorrow. So we're gonna be doing Indie Day on Friday, tomorrow. And then on Saturday, because Saturday, we're gonna be doing Big Walk, that co-op game with, Bina, Fatality, Naomi, and Itme JP, and Abermile. Those are them. That's our Big Walk crew. So that's Saturday. It should be fun.
So, you're back.
Yep. What can you tell me about Circa?
What's there to say? We're the only corporation with a branch on Citadel Station. Getting in early, as they say. If this whole Telos thing pans out, we could be in a great position. If Lorso doesn't screw it up, that is.
Telos thing? You mean the planet restoration?
Yeah, it's a long shot, considering the state of the Republic these days. Still, if it works out...
Regular time? Yeah, I'll be on my regular time, but it'll start an hour after I get on.
At least, that's what Zerka hopes. If we can integrate ourselves into the process, Zerka stands to make a tidy profit in the future.
How does Zerka profit?
Quite a few ways.
Yes,
On top,
we've heard this all. Tell me about Lorso.
Yeah, Gianna Lorso. That woman's a... look, forget it. She's my superior in that...
How do you think she'll mess up?
She's got her hands in too many dirty little...
Whoa!
Whoa, I think I've had a few too many drinks. I shouldn't be talking to you about this stuff. Just forget it.
I'll be going now.
So, you're back. What do you want?
I want to know how you plan to get her removed. Persuade!
I've been trying to get access
Success!
to the Zerka mainframe. If I could just look at our records, I'm sure I could find evidence of Lorso's less reputable dealings. Failing that, I considered speaking with Luxa about the increased profit possibilities.
Well,
if someone
unfortunately, you
Lorso
can't
as
do
Zerka
that
executive,
anymore.
Someone like me, for example. I'll do anything to get that woman fired. Bribes, forged records, anything.
I'll see if I can find anything out.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to not think about that woman for a while.
Well, it seems we have some evidence. Now let's go tattle. Which one is it? Yeah, this one. Guess what I heard, Jana?
Welcome back.
I have the recording.
Excellent. Let me hear what you have.
Wait, I want to discuss payment first.
Let me hear the recording first.
I'll do anything to get that woman
Okay.
fired. Bribes, forged records, anything.
That's proof enough for me. I will dispatch CSD to take him into custody immediately. Now
Perfect.
for your payment. Here are the credits we agreed upon. Dissension is always a great danger in the workplace. Keeping it culled and the troublemakers out of sight makes my job much easier.
Let's go. How are you doing?
Only authorized Zerka personnel are allowed beyond this point.
Okay. Did you hear that GTA 6 getting extended preview through Netflix on 27th of August? No, I didn't. I don't really, not really into GTA 6. I'm not like super hype about it. So if I don't react like with amazement, it's because I'm not like, man, I'm not gonna play it for a while. I'm not gonna play it until it comes to PC. It's a PC. Well, actually, said there would be a hangar bay open to me now, right? Do you think they ever consider naming your ship the Kevin Bacon? No, the Ethan Hawke. I like the Ethan Hawke better.
Loka camera. Donos emeragith. Wanarakorachi drumta.
Okay.
The ranamo sibu and
Been modified. My brother deals with every resource. Okay. I can hear you, bitch. Very interesting. Good craftsmanship. Hold out blaster upgraded. I think there's something you're not telling me. I want to know who sold the weapon I was attacked with. I admit that I sold it, but I sell a great many things. You're not holding against me or doing business. I heard there's healthy trade in black market goods in Citadel. I like to get involved. And we should talk, for I have what you might call a certain interest in this business. Are you an idiot? You just incriminated yourself. I reported to the TSF. You have no real evidence. Circus money is more than enough to keep the TSF out of my business. How's the circuit involved? Because TSF is barred from monitoring activity in Circus private dock. I reached a generous agreement with Lorso for its use. I'd like to help you. Okay. Expect to pay as good? Extremely well. Given the dangerous nature of the work, that is, as long as you remember to carry out your tasks discreetly and effectively. What can I do? There are 3 items I need to fill out my next shipment. A personal shield. Oh my god. Yes, I've been there. Or vivarium, where they cultivate the flora they import from other systems and transport on the surface. Oh, fuck. Buyers willing to pay large sums of credits for extracts from them. Oh, they're drugs. Okay. Okay. So I just need to walk in there and take a plant? Not even hold one, a few leaves. The Ithorians are extremely protective of their plants. Okay. What should I do then? I should be careful. Leave it to you to figure out the best way to get the leaves. Okay, I'll be back. Fuck! Hey, a level up though. That's good. We like those. Unarmed Specialist 3. I've never been unarmed. Okay, one more powers. I can do Force Lightning 2. So hard to see where my cursor is. Where the fuck is my cursor? God damn it, it should be better, easier to see. There. There, I will get Night Speed. Accept. Okay. Force Lightning Wreck Droids. I have the droid spell. Or force power of destroy droid. Or whatever. Or stop droid or that kind of shit. So I have something for droids, yes. And I'm dark as fuck. Okay. Nope, not that one. Nope, let me into the Ithorian compound, thank you. Moses sent me to speak to Chodo Hadat. Yep, open the doors, okay. Please see you, thank you. Okay, there's Chodo. I can't get over his name as Chodo. Set up security system. Deactivate security system. Oh.
I hear you.
I think he has better. Nope, doesn't matter. 5 spikes. Okay, I better do a quick save first. Security system deactivated. Yep. Take a sample of the plant. Okay, there we go. I thought he was gonna get all pissy at me, but apparently maybe disabling the security system was exactly what I needed to do. No, the audio is crackling a little bit. The audio is a little weird here and there. It's a little glitchy. Chodo. But you have done more harm to my herd than this and this planet than you can possibly imagine. We will not force you to leave, but your presence greatly angers some of the others, and it fills me with sadness. Oh, I'll be going now. I do not wish to speak with you, Jaina Izichi. By aiding Zerka, you have doomed a planet to a second withering death. For that, I may never forgive you. Oh. Oh well. I don't need your forgiveness, you ugly fuck. Yep, I got the plan. Okay. Despicable! Can you not try to take business out of my hearing? You have no shame. See the prattling jealousy I put up with? If you're not my brother, I would have put him out of business long ago. 300 credits, okay. Special reserves. Let me see your special reserves. Ooh, a Sith battle suit. God damn, dude. I've been collecting credits for a long time, and the best items are still completely out of my reach. Xantos, thank you for 61 months. And this one's for you, Xantos.
Hi, my name is...
What?
My name is...
What?
My name is Coco Carnage.
Ooh. Automaton, 12,800. Jesus Christ. Zero value on the vibro cutter. Zero on the mining lasers. I mean, I could just sell everything. I don't use it much. Dark side fucking points gained. Let's go. I didn't know I was gaining dark side points for that. Awesome. Yep. Okay. What do you have for me? As long as I'll be well paid. Maintain the docking bay. Recently told they had received a prototype personal shield generator. I don't care what it's for. No one has been able to gain access to Lord Ithorian's docking bay yet. Okay. Ithorian's docking bay. Where the fuck is that? Lab station. Vivarium. Oh, that. Oh, okay. Okay. Ithorian docking bay. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Yep. Rebuild the world, right? Okay. Do you know what is happening? What do you mean, escape me? This goes back to entertainment module. Yeah, I have no idea where the fucking docking bay would even be. No, that's the cantina. Oh, shuttle to dock module 126. That's probably it. Dock module 126. Have I even been there yet? I had to have been there. Docks. Okay. Maybe I haven't. Remind me tomorrow for Prime sub. I will do my best. There we go. Yes. Nope. Or not. I need to get in the bay. Sorry, the current situation in Citadel can't allow anyone access to the docking bay without proper authorization. Oh. Choda sent me to pick up some supplies from the hangar bay. Oh, in that case, go right in. You fucking dunce. I'm not here for that. You idiot.
I hear you. That thing's stuck.
Okay.
What is it?
Let me try mine then. That works. You shouldn't be here. I devote my full attention to the operation of the docking bay. Can you tell me where the prototype shields are being kept? They're being kept in a locker in the storage room underneath here. Wait, why do you ask? I'm planning on stealing them and smuggling them off Citadel Station for a profit. Oh, I get it. You must excuse me. I do not have a sense of humor as you do, as you humans do. I did not realize you were making a joke. I wasn't kidding. No, I am sure it was a very funny joke. Only I did not understand it. Now I must get back to my work. Okay. That's perfect. I love these guys. These guys are great. What are you doing here? I'm here to collect the prototype shield. That cannot be. It has to be kept in storage until shuttle flights to the restoration zone are resumed. Choda said that he would like to inspect it while he has a chance. That makes sense. It could be very bad if this experimental technology were to fail while out in the Barrens. I apologize for not trusting you. Please do not let me get in your way. Only I could just kill him anyways.
I hear you.
Okay, let's give you a shot. Probably won't work.
Let me take care of this.
Oh, that worked. Cool. All right. See you later, dipshits. God, these guys are great.
I hear you.
Well, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, who needs the Force when fucking guys are this dumb? That's why evil will always win, because good is dumb. Oh wait, no. Katie with the Rady, what up? Thank y'all. Come on in, Katie, baby. Oh, that's right. You got a thing to get ready for tonight, don't you? Yeah. She's going to a sports ball game tonight. I was wondering why you ended early, but yeah, I get it. You got to go to a sports ball game. I obtained it. 600 credits? No, 900 is more reasonable. And credits well spent. What will you do if the TSF starts asking questions? They're always asking questions. They don't worry me. They don't have any proof. Okay. Any more work? Yeah. Because of the war, the toilet is on the rim. Medical supplies. Okay, so want me to get some medical supplies? Oh, you also got a shower. Do you sweat your flesh bag? Yep. Residential 82 West Medical Unit. I'll be back. Dark side! Let's go! I'm dark side. Let's go. Where they keep the nuclear vessels. Is the background red on the character screen now? It's pretty red. Oh yeah, it is. And so is his now. He is being influenced like fuck over here. She's not so much. He is though. He's gonna be a bad guy with me. I'm in the wrong one. Shit. What are you doing?
Hello there.
Hi. Oh no, I already talked to you. I don't need to talk to you again.
Hey, what are you doing there?
Oh shit, here we go. It was an emergency. I need to get the medical supplies. The canister just burst open. I don't know what happened.
You must think I was born yesterday.
No, I don't, penis
now,
head.
Step towards me and keep your hands where I can see them. I'm going to place you under arrest and take you down to the TSF station for further questioning. Come with me peacefully, and I won't need to cause you any harm.
Okay. You won't cause me any harm, but I wish I could say the same about you.
We'll see about that.
Really? Okay, first you're gonna scream in horror, and then I'm going to scream at you, you're gonna scream, then I'm gonna scream, and then I'm gonna shock you. And then I'm gonna scream again. It didn't have to be this way, man. It did not have to be this way. You could have just let me go.
Hello there, and...
You didn't hear any of that. Hello there. How are you? You doing well? I hope you're doing well. Don't worry. I'm quite oblivious to what's going on around me. Don't worry about me. I didn't hear anything. What kind of ice cream do I like? I like most kinds of ice cream. Nothing with fruit in it, but I chocolate, vanilla, whatever. Nothing like strawberry or anything, but like if you want my favorites, like mint chocolate chip and pralines and cream. Those are probably up there. Oh, and anything with salted caramel. Sorbet is better than ice cream? You get the fuck out of here right now, Strider. You fucking fuck off. You fuck right off, sir. I have your medical supplies. Not to mention shaming my opportunity to profit passing by. Say no more, thief! It's bad enough you drive a profit for them, and now you steal supplies needed to save lives. Cease your whining. Yeah. 1,000 credits. Ignore my brother. He doesn't have a stomach for real business. I could kill him for you. No, he may irritate me with incessant complaints, but he's still my brother. And you would be sad, okay. Something else you can do for me with all the goods you have brought in. I'll be able to make a shipment when the next Zerka freighter comes in today. Escort me to the Zerka docking bay as an extra precaution. Sure, when do we leave? Right now, if you like. I'm ready to go. Let's waste no time then. Sounds good.
About time you showed up, Saman. Get your things loaded. I'm already behind schedule.
I love that the escort quests, they just advance you to the end of them.
You don't understand how it is with Zerka.
So nice.
When the process stops working like clockwork, questions get asked, and we don't want questions asked, do we?
I get the point. I can do this faster if you help instead of standing there complaining.
The faster we get this loaded, the faster we can get it out of here.
Stop right there. You are all under arrest, and those goods will be taken as evidence. And you, we're curious about your involvement as well. Quit your protestation, Sandman. We all know your little secret.
What?
The circumstances have changed.
Fucking...
You will be coming with us.
Come on.
So what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I'll tell you what I have to say for myself. Persuade and lie. I was undercover, gathering information for Lieutenant Gren.
Well then, after we place you under arrest, you'll have plenty of time to corroborate that story with Lieutenant Gren.
Fuck.
Now, you'll be coming with us.
Quick, Jaina is itchy. We must take them out. Well, all right then. That was unfortunate. Unfortunate, that was a disaster. That'll teach the TSF. We will see what lesson Lieutenant Gren takes from this. For now, it would be a good idea for us to leave here. Oh, while this is back to my operation, it will not cripple me. Only my drink. I will have to suspend my acquisition for a short while until this blows over. Unfortunately, that means I won't have any work for you for a while. I still expect to be paid for escorting you. Yeah, I saved your life in your business. Oh, a discount. Nice. Okay. I'll be going now. There we go. We did a lot of dark siding right there. That whole mission tree was amazing for dark side. Okay, let's save it up. Yeah, but seriously, how much of a discount? Not bad. Looks like, what, 10%? Oh, the nerve amplifier belt. That would be good. Immunity to stun, fear, and horror. That's the only thing that's really gonna hurt me later, probably, but I don't have enough. The Sith battle suit. There's only one of us that can wear it. And it's not me. Ooh. Ooh, restricted to dark side. Oh, it gives me +3 strength? I don't give a shit about strength. Oh, and it's also 15,000. I'm nowhere near 15,000. Ooh, a force pike. That'd be cool. Not upgradable, though. Oh, he sells silver crystal for a blade. Doesn't sell any. No. Oh, Pazak cards, though. No good ones. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Nope, no good ones. No good ones. I just want the plus or minuses. That's all I want. Yeah. Oh well. Oh, I gotta talk to Joel Grant about... I don't know if I should talk to him, but I'm going to. I hate that I have such a bad memory. Where the fuck is he? Oh, TSF station's on this citadel. On this citadel. Yep, Iron Nest released today, yeah. Go get it. Play the demo. I don't know if the demo's still available, but...
Something I can help you? Would you be interested in helping us by bringing in some bounties?
Tell me about the bounties.
This isn't a bounty, so to speak. But we're looking for a man named Batono who's been missing for some time. Also, 2 ruthless killers that we'd managed to capture and hold here in the TSF station escaped and are currently at large. We're also looking for any information about the imposter Batu Rem.
Me too.
You mean the assassin who tried to kill you, right?
Yes!
The real Batu Rem's one of us, and he's off the station on leave. I hope Batu's okay, though I'm expecting the worst. Shame. He was a good kid.
Is there any way to find out about the killer's movements on the station?
Yes, we looked into it and found that he arrived via a tramp freighter in Docking Bay 3. Unfortunately, the cargo and passenger manifest as well as departure location was not disclosed to us. That's all the information I have for you.
I'll see what I can do.
If you find anything about the real Batu Rem, we'd like to know if he's safe. What is it?
Tell me about Batono.
Batono was the overseer of dock operations for Zerka.
Okay.
And was assisting us in uncovering the elusive black market smuggling operation that appears to be operating at a Citadel station.
I don't know what
weeks
you're
ago,
talking about. What?
He suddenly disappeared and hasn't been heard from since.
I'm not. Yeah. Do you have any leads?
Not much, other than what I've already told you, and the fact he was investigating Docking Bay 3.
Another
I
Docking
spoke
Bay
with
3.
some Zerka guards near the docking bay, but they didn't seem like they wanted to cooperate with a TSF officer. Maybe you'll have more luck.
Okay.
Thank you. What is it? They were spotted by security cameras in the docking area,
Docking
and we
area
quickly
again?
moved in to apprehend them. We captured them shortly after you were placed under house arrest. Some sort of electrical malfunction, a side effect of the false Batu Rem's attack, enabled them to escape. They overpowered their guards and escaped into the Citadel.
What do you know about them?
There are two of them.
A Rhodian and a
Deveronian.
Deveronian.
They're well armed and obviously extremely dangerous. They haven't left the station as far as we know.
Okay.
All right, just be careful. What is it? Something I...
Okay. No, I played it, but it was like... okay. Here's my history with KOTOR 2. I played it, not sure if I played all the way through it 20 plus years ago on my Xbox. And then I didn't play it for 20 years, and then I played it a little bit, like a day's worth, 6 hours-ish, on during CD-ROM-a-thon. And then I promised I would play it again, so here we are. Or I'd play through it. Yeah, I don't remember any of it. 20 plus years ago is a long time to remember a video game. Even as one as good as this, I guess. Is this the section of the mod passes that you mentioned? Yes, yes. There is, whoops. Okay. There we go. This was mentioned right here. Corin Fault. The quest Corin Fault was cut, and we just did that one. The one where he was I had to record him saying bad shit about the captain or whatever, or the leader. So we did that one. So there's some like added stuff, and that was one of the things that they added in that patch or whatever it's called, mod.
Just say the word.
Greetings, madame. My primary function is to provide information
Madame?
on Citadel Station, Telos, and a variety of other topics. Please feel free to direct any of your inquiries to me, and I will do my best to answer your questions.
Diwanawaga. Hachiko, yo, chonicho. Thank you, good guts with the 95 months. I don't want to know about any of these. I don't care. You're a protocol droid. I don't give a fuck.
This dock is off limits pending an ongoing TSF investigation. Move along.
Okay. Yeah, via nearby terminal. Oh, why am I him?
Yes.
Did I do that one? I think I might have done that. Oh God. You're a dog, you're a droid, you passed butter. Oh my God.
Donos Emeragith.
Document 3. I'd like some information about a passenger that came through here.
Donos Emeragith.
Confidentiality of travelers who come through our bay is our primary concern. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be discreet with my inquiries. The killer's dead anyways.
Donos Emeragith.
How much will the expense be? 25 credits. Sure. Batu Rem. Yes, here it is. It's hard to Nar Shaddaa. Scheduled to return on a shuttle that has already departed. Okay. I'll be going now. Okay. Looking for a man named Batono. Doesn't sound familiar. Best bet is Gianna Lorso. Okay. You can tell me what you know, or I can hurt you, and then you will tell me what you know. Alright! I know it worked for Circa, but that's all. Talk to Lorso! Dark side points! I like that every time you get dark side points, it's like a of dark side vapor around you. Gianna Lorso told me there'd be a shuttle waiting for me here. Giant is itchy, correct? The shuttle has been prepared. One small matter. Executive Lorso sent this for me to give to you as additional thanks for your assistance. She believed you might be able to make some use of it. Oh, lightsaber energy cell fixture. Well, I don't want to leave yet.
Just say the word. Time to
No. God damn it, dude.
Damn thing's stuck.
Okay, that's fine.
What is it?
Watch it, dummy! Alright, so that's my ticket out of here. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, don't fucking lock me in here, dude. You have a lightsaber energy cell fixture, perhaps some additional parts, you'll be able to construct a new lightsaber, right? Gianna Lorso. Tried to kill you in TSF station, came to Citadel station by way of Nar Shaddaa. A Rodian and a Devorian walk into a bar. What is a Devatorian or whatever the fuck they are? I know the Rodian is Greedo. Greedo's a Rodian. So I know what those guys look like. Ah, the red horned guys. Okay. Oh.
Goran Falk, we are under orders to take you into CSD custody.
Oh, fuck.
Orders?
Oh, no. You're joining
This is
for the raid.
Executive Lorso gave authorization. Now, if you'll come with us, sir.
I'll do no such thing. You! This is all you're doing, isn't it?
Maybe.
I knew I couldn't trust you.
Yeah.
You sold me out to Lorso.
I did.
Please, Goran, let's not make a scene.
I'll kill you!
Oh, come on. What did you think was gonna happen, dipshit? Zoom in on the band.
Sorry about that.
And
We'll
then
clean
back
this
to
up.
it. Doop, 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 doop. Can I search his remains? Apparently not. Okay. Yes, give them to me. Damn, she makes me a lot of money, that lady.
I heard that a crime syndicate has worked its way into the operation of Citadel Station.
Welcome to...
Alright, where else would the fucking guys be hanging out? A Rhodian and a Devernornian. A Devernornian. Oh, fuck me. You know anything? No. Okay.
The TSF isn't cut out to handle all the problems on Citadel.
No, they wouldn't be in here. At least I don't think they would be. Ah, fuck. Alright, we knew we go to the Zerka Exchange to talk to Jana Lorso anyways. Did I just say Javier Bardem? Maybe. He's always on my mind.
I will arrange
There they
transport to one of the restoration zones on the planet's
They're right there,
surface.
look at that.
You will be safe from the TSF there.
Perfect. Wait till things cool down before we attempt to seek passage off the system.
For the services you have offered to Zerka, you will also be reimbursed. I trust that is an agreeable arrangement.
Visitisa. These men are wanted by the TSF.
And, if memory serves me correctly, it wasn't too long ago that you were wanted by Gren and his cronies.
Well, sure, but that's different. I wasn't a wanted murderer.
Right. You only destroyed an entire mining facility.
I didn't! There's no proof of that!
Agreement with these two gentlemen, Zerka's two newest contract employees.
I'm just supposed to ignore this?
Be reasonable. I have given them a contract and my word that they will be safe from TSF persecution. Gentlemen, would you excuse us?
Of course, Executive Lorso. Let's make our way to the shuttle. I wish no wish to be left behind. Oh, fuck me. They just get to go? They just get a free pass?
Welcome back. Batono, of course. He was one of our former employees. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
There are far too many like him. Do-gooders who believe that because of the things Zerka must do to remain successful and profitable, we must be evil. They do not see the impracticality of their beliefs. They do not understand the realities of the galaxy. If certain funds must be paid, then Zerka will gladly pay. If competitors removed, then Zerka will do its part to forward progress. Batono could not see this. Before leaving our employ, he stole many of our records, then began to stalk our movements on the station. Harassment, but conveniently overlooked, sanctioned, perhaps, by the Telosian authorities.
He's gone missing. You have any idea where I might find him?
I'm curious, though, as to why you are looking for him.
I'm going to lie. My reasons are my own.
I see. Well, I suspect he's putting his nose into something or another. People like him can't mind their own business, always needing to pry into matters that don't concern them. I do know he spent some time in the company of the Ithorians.
Okay.
I assumed that was the reason for his efforts, that he thought by inventing stories of Zerka's evil, he could put Chodo Habat and his incapable assistants in charge. But if you are searching for him, and find him, there would be a reward for any information of his whereabouts.
A reward?
I would be happy to have him out of Zerka's hair. He's been hard to track down. So yes, a reward would be offered.
Once again, I'm working for Zerka. How much?
200 credits.
Oh, come on. 200 credits? How would you put an end to the investigation?
Silence his lies and fabricated untruths. His slanderous accusations are a needless trouble atop a great many troubles this planet faces.
How would you convince him to abandon the investigation?
If credits are what he wants, then Zerka will pay him for an easy settlement of this situation.
Okay.
Otherwise, Zerka will be forced into a lengthy petition process with the Telosian Council.
You live for Transformers. No. Light our darkest hour. There you go, Paisha. I will tell you if I find him.
If your conscience demands it, then by all means. Just remember, a reward is waiting for you.
Okay. Oh, so those guys escaped. So that one's... Oh, wait, no. Oh, they are being shuttled. Oh, what happened to the... Oh, they're false Batu. There it is right there. Okay. So escaped criminals being shuttled to restoration zones. Yeah. Okay. So I gotta go to the... Illithorians or whatever. Ithorinians. Ow, 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 ow. That's medical. Oh, these guys aren't gonna tell me shit because they hate me. Do you know anything about a man named Batono? Name is unfamiliar to me. I must admit I have little interaction with residents outside this area. Okay. I thought you might know of him given his dislike of Zerka. Okay. Are you sure? Lorsa mentioned they spend time in the compound. I assure you, I've never known a man named Batono. Okay. I'm looking for him on behalf of Lieutenant Grant. If I could locate him, it might prove the end of Zerka. I believe what you say is true. Haha! I'm lying. Glad to hear that Lieutenant Grant is searching for him. I'm sorry I spoke untruth to you before. Gina is itchy. Indeed, I do know of him, and I know where he can be found. Tell no one about this, not even Lieutenant Grant, without Batono's permission. Of course, Chodo. Batono's secret's safe with me. Very good. See, Batono came to us for protection. We found an apartment where he could hide. Apartment C1. There we go. Thank you. Give him my apologies and my explanations. Okay, I'll be going now. Dark side. Man, I am. Oh, I'm dark. Darkety dark side. Yeah. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Clitorian Hunter. Clitorian Hunter. Yeah, residential module. Nope, this way. C1. There it is. Okay, let's save. And head on in.
What the? You're not CSD.
No, I'm not.
What are you doing here?
You're Batono, right?
What? No, you must be mistaken. You're probably looking for a previous tenant or a neighbor.
Lieutenant Grant told me to send me to look for you.
Dole sent you?
Yep.
Can't say I'm surprised. He was the one who wanted me to come forward in the first place.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to report you to Lorso anyway.
You'd be signing my death warrant.
Doesn't matter to me. It only matters that I get paid. Lorso or Grant, take your pick. Nope. That's why you should come forward.
Easier to say that, but you're not the one Zerka will send its assassins after.
If it's your safety you're worried about, you shouldn't. After Zerka's exposed, they won't dare move against you. What?
Sure, but everything takes time.
What?
Testifying
No!
before the council's deliberation. Time that Zerka could use to rub me out.
Oh, Lorso's dead. I'm thinking, who am I reporting to? Wait, no. I'm reporting to Jana Lorso. She's the head of Zerka, right? Vincent, thank you for giving me a sub. Oh, I already did that. TSF can keep you safe better than you can.
You might be right.
What?
I don't think Zerka has gone so far that it's... But Zerka has eyes.
Oh, that's what I should do.
You are...
Okay, I know what to do. Oh, there we go. Stay here. I'm going to tell Lieutenant Grant to make arrangements. I'll come back to get you.
Good idea.
Okay, now I can go tell Zerka.
Hurry, I'm starting to feel very exposed here.
Okay. Yep. No, I was just posing. I was posing as a good guy. But I am not. Yeah, Jana Lorso's alive. Yeah, she's right here.
Welcome back.
I found Batono.
Finally. He's eluded Zerka's best agents, and I'm glad to hear of your success.
Mm-hmm. He's hiding in one of the apartment blocks.
I see. Then all that remains is to finish this business.
Yep. Sounds like you could use some help with that.
I could certainly use your assistance if you are offering it.
I
you could
might
bring
be.
Batono out of his apartment and lead him into a trap. I will send some mercenaries to intercept you.
Okay.
And likely no one would suspect your involvement.
I know.
Yes.
Yes.
That
is a good plan that I just came up with from my mouth. I'll bring him.
Lead him into our little snare.
Okay.
And my men will take care of the rest.
Sounds good. Yeah, also he was right next door to you.
You're back. Are you ready to get going?
Yes.
All right, let's get going.
Okay.
Right on schedule. Is the Jedi with Batono.
Right on schedule? I knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
Nope.
You should have stayed in hiding, Batono.
You should have. Batono's all yours.
So this is how it ends.
Indeed.
When Zerka kills this planet again, you'll remember this moment, believe me.
Let's get this over with. Oh, let's make him crazy and then scream his face off.
Well, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Executive Lawso asked me to tell you that your payment is waiting with her. I think it'd probably be a good idea for us to get out of here before the TSF starts asking questions.
Good plan. Dark side. No? Okay. Yo, did you have anything in your room, by the way? Can I rob you? Nothing? Okay. Oh, Jesus. Hello.
I like to kill them scared.
You're wet.
I am pork wet.
Pork wet. Are you heading? Oh, yeah.
It's a bathing suit.
Woo! It's a bathing suit.
weird.
Don't get too excited, y'all.
Or do. Just kidding. You're okay for that. I'm gonna go play with the Essex really.
Okay. Have fun with Beth and her mom at the football game. Go to a football
I'm
game.
bringing my water bottle.
Don't forget your water bottle.
I'm bringing that water bottle.
All right.
Love you.
Have fun. Love you. You're looking fit, by the way. Man fit in it. All right. Yeah, she's going to apparently a football game of some sort. Soccer match here in town. With Beth and her mom. Her mom's visiting all the way from England. And apparently she's smaller than Beth, but I didn't really think was possible. Oh, Zerka, right. I just gotta go report the killing to my money masters.
Welcome back.
Okay. Batono's taken care of.
I'm glad to hear of it.
Yep.
Don't worry. I'll be sure that the TSF has no way of learning of your connection to the incident.
You're welcome.
And of course, here is your payment.
Thank you.
Zerka Corporation thanks you for your assistance.
200? That's fucking it, dude? Man. All right, a shuttle. Okay, they're going to a shuttle. So we gotta go to a shuttle and stop those two criminals, scums. Or let them leave. I'm not even sure what's the most dark side choice at this point. They are murderers, so letting them get away seems pretty dark side. Yes, I am going to call my mom today. It is Thursday.
Look, I didn't want to say anything, but you forced my hand. I've heard about the Force and what it does to people who can't control it, or themselves. And it shows in everything you do, and in your face.
I'm in control now more than ever.
That's what you think. Trust me, there's a reason you're changing. It's because it's corrupting you. I can't help but feel it. All of us can. Whatever that witch is doing to you, she's dragging you down into whatever hole she crawled out of.
Let's play Pazak. Are you implying I cannot control her?
Well, you're starting to get creases. Almost thought you were that old witch for a second.
I had some questions for you. No, nothing. Never mind. Oh, that didn't matter? No influence gained or lost? Okay, cool. Okay, hold on. It says these guys are being shuttled to the restoration zone to work as security for Zerka. So we'll find false Batu on Nar Shaddaa whenever we get there. But, so that's later, I'm guessing. But this one, I feel like I have to wrap it up somehow. Oh, it's time for the next area? Okay, okay. Cool. Then I will save the game. And we'll go. Let's go. Cutscene, maybe.
Station. This is Admiral Cartho Nasi of the Republic Cruiser Sojourn.
Fucking Admiral?
Nasi? This is Lieutenant Gren, TSF.
Admiral? That
We've been expecting
dipshit?
you.
Gren, it's nice to know that TSF hasn't gone to shambles in my absence.
And how about you? An Admiral. You might change your tune after you see what the situation is like down
Rear
here.
Admiral?
I've got
Oh,
some bad
nasty.
news for you.
Well, it can't be that bad, Gren. I think Telos has already been through the worst.
The one you came all the way out here to pick up? Well, she managed to escape the station. We're not exactly sure how it happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, but luckily it still fits our plans.
Am I hearing this right?
I'll tell you more when I arrive, but the Republic has decided not to detain the exile and adopt a wait-and-see approach.
The exile? Then
Like I said, we'll talk more when I arrive.
looks like we will. I'm uploading the approach vector to you now. See you soon, Admiral.
Yes, reminder, tomorrow is Indie Saturday on a Friday. Make sure you suggest your indie games in the Discord because Saturday I will be taking a big walk with some peoples, with JP and friends. So just letting you know, once again, tomorrow is Indie Day. Saturday will be Big Walk Day. Yes, Cartho Nasty is from KOTOR 1.
Everyone hold on tight. We should be putting down in a few seconds. Grab onto something. This is about to get rough real fast.
That's dramatic. No, we're playing a video game called Big Walk. A Big Walk. It's a co-op game. We're not going outside. Are you kidding me?
Good to have you back, General.
What's up, spiky head? Where am I? Or what happened?
Easy now. You survived one spectacular crash. Lucky I was here to pull you and your friends out of that shuttle, or you'd be more than a little crispy. But it's only fair. I owe you more than one, General.
Oh, this guy's gonna be a companion, and he's gonna go dark side. Let's go. General?
You must be in shock from the crash. Have to expect some long-term memory loss from that. Too bad she's not a droid, huh?
Beep bop.
We can't all be that lucky. I'll humor you, General. I was one of the Iridonian Mechanic Corps that was at Malachor. Bayadur. I can see how you'd forget me, being that I was the only one.
This guy's accent is so fucking hilarious. He looks like he would be like on a southern plantation being like, I can see how you'd forget me, being that I was the only one. I was a mechanic in the Manchurian Wars or whatever. Want some rye? Of course you do. I don't want to talk about the war.
I'll agree to that. The less said, the better. We all went through some tough times after Malachor, and maybe we all did a little forgetting. Guess that's one thing we've got better than droids. They can't forget anything. But then you give them a memory wipe and they forget for good.
How are the others?
They'll be fine. The pilot's more or less unharmed, and the old lady, well, she's tougher than she looks. You know, I never thought I'd see you again, General. Galaxy's a big place, and this is the last place I thought I'd bump into you. So I have to ask, just what are you doing here?
Looking for my ship.
Got some news for you, General. That shuttle of yours is done for. Scrap.
Well, this is familiar. Feels like my last time on Telos.
Crashed the shuttle that time, too?
Nope, Pazak.
That was not the most pleasant landing I've endured. Next time we should perhaps seek out a more reputable pilot.
You're welcome, Kreia.
I love how
she
just
if I weren't
hates
such
him.
a crack pilot, we could have hit the shield wall or one of those rock faces.
Yes, our current situation is a vast improvement.
She just fucking hates him for no good reason. We need to find our ship.
But we don't have any idea where to look for the Ebon Hawk.
I can help you find it. I have access to the shield network. I came hoping to repair whatever damage your shuttle took, but not even I can fix that wreck.
So let's get going.
That's the plan.
Roger, roger. Bowders joined the party. He possesses the special ability to rend and destroy force fields. Use his shield breaker ability in combat to disrupt enemy shields. She does have useful force powers. Yeah. Oh, he's already a member of our party. Okay. Okay. Repulsor spike or repulsor strike. Oh, he's good with computers and demolitions. That's good. Oh, he has a lot of skills to add. Okay. Oh, he can use medium armor, which that's nice. Repair security computer use. Yeah. Okay. Oh, craft entities repair skill of whoever you're controlling out in the field, not on the ship. Okay. So Bowger is my crafter. Okay.
Mercenaries, right where we need to go. That sentry droid probably spotted us already.
Great.
They were probably looking for me when they saw your shuttle go down.
We could try handing the Zabrak over. You know, bargaining chip?
Who do you think shot you down in the first place?
Good point. Forget I said anything.
Yeah, we will. Idiot. God, you're so dumb.
Hidden caches. We should be on the lookout for more of these. They could come in handy.
Okay, can you not change my character in the middle of disarming mines, please? Combat Enforcer, Poison Grenade, Security Teller, Johnny Heavy Armor. Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, this guy doesn't have anything on. 5, 6, 7. There you go. What is he? There you go. What feats do you have, buddy? Critical strike, flurry. Okay, he's melee combat. Yep, melee weapons. Okay. Or is he unarmed? Do we just leave him with hand to hand? He do have a fancy arm. He do be having a fancy arm. Oh yeah, his robot arm does 5 to 14 damage, which is not nothing. Oh, bowcaster's two-handed, isn't it? Why did you? No, don't take it off. God damn it. Put that back on. There you go. Man, I can't wait for a better fucking melee weapon than the one I got like 10 years ago. There we go. Good work, everybody. Nice work. Oh, a force pike. Two to 12. Yeah, give me that. Oh, appear to be code locked. Code locked. Okay. Yes, I am playing console art.
Another sentry droid. The mercenaries must be using them to locate us. There's probably another patrol nearby.
Yes, my primary form of combat is raising my voice and shouting at people. You should have named yourself Karen. Yeah. What are you doing, dipshit? Are you... Wait, hold on. Are you not...
Let's go.
No, you're aggressive. Why are you not being aggressive? Be aggressive. Oh, there they are.
What's going on?
We didn't expect to see you again. Looks like we'll be able to collect the bounty on the bounty anyways. Now you're saying what I'm thinking. With our situation being stuck on the planet's surface, keep us from collecting the price Goto has placed on your head. But now you're so thoughtfully delivered yourself to us. We would be remiss to allow this opportunity to pass us by a second time.
Wait, bounty? Why is there a bounty on your head?
None of your business. The exchange is paying handsomely for the head of the Jedi Knight. Your friend here just happens to be one.
I don't think so. You'll have to come through me if you want to take the general.
Wow, you sound forceful, dude. Don't go through the mines. Don't go through the mines. Fucking just walks through it like a boss. Of course. Jesus Christ. He just like nonchalantly walks through, just like, what was that? Hey, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. It's all good. Fucking idiots. Mine? What mine?
I always feel a sense of calm when I walk the surface of Telos. The Ithorians are truly amazing in their work.
Amazing at wasting the Republic's credits, maybe. But now that you mention it, I think I feel it too. Like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders.
Quiet. There's a large mercenary patrol up ahead. If we move carefully along the perimeter, we may be able to get by without their spotting us. We could cross along the shore.
Well,
or head along
no.
the cliffs to the south.
We're going to kill them all. No need to hide. Let's take them out.
Bold. All right. Let's do it.
Bold and direct. Oh, it's down here. Okay. Jesus Christ. Oh! So those guys were far enough apart that the madness didn't affect them, huh? Or did they save it?
Let me handle this. Let's get this over with.
There we go. Wait, there's another one? Oh, right there. Okay. Nah, you go ahead. There you go. Karate kick him. Really? You're that bad?
Let's get this over with.
Oh my god. The attack modifiers on this are just terrible. Oh wait, no, I can change. Yeah.
Everyone down!
Damn it! God damn it, dude. I didn't know you were so fucking useless. Also, that force thing is not working for me. Force pike. Definitely not working out for me. Didn't think so. Don't stop and fight those
Looks
guys.
like a minefield up ahead. We can try and pick our way through, or take some time to disarm some and clear a...
Dude, are you fucking kidding me with this?
This won't take long.
It won't? Yeesh. Oh, 10 damage? Okay. I need ion mines for those guys, don't I? Or ion grenades.
What's going on?
Oh my god.
Let's get this over with.
There. This is such a bitch. I just need my force powers to gain a little bit. Or my mana, basically. Well, that didn't work. Try again with the horror. There you go. Now you can hit it. Okay. Now, if I do this, and I go stationary, will not move during combat. Okay.
What's going on?
Okay.
Looks like a minefield up. We can...
No!
Let's go.
Just say the word. Time to
What are
take
you
down to
doing?
size.
Yeah, that one. You fucking genius.
Time to take you down to size.
What's going on?
Everyone down! Everyone down!
Holy fucking shit, dude. Fucking hell. All right, everybody stop. Just shut the fuck up and stop. Good God. Everybody okay? That could be bad. Because that crashed right as I was quick saving. So that might be bad. Thank you, Vincent, for gifting a sub to Use the Schwartz. Whose fault is it?
Hi, my name is
What?
My name is Coco.
Okay.
What's going on?
It's so fucking stupid. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll hard save after I get these mines. Okay. Unarmed Specialist 3! He got it! Good! Okay, so he is good at demolitions too. Alright. Good. God, I want my droid back. There, hard saved. Hard same. Oh, shit. There's still, stationary. Yeah, you're ranged. Aggressive. Jedi. Okay.
Just say the word.
Madness? Yay, madness works. Go! Do it! Oh, are you coming to help? Thanks, guys. Took you long enough. There, fuck's sake, man. Please, nobody run into the mines before we have a chance to fucking disarm them, please. Thank you. Good lord. How considered to make mines invisible? Awareness. Awareness is what makes them visible. Not that they'd be, I don't know if they're...
The mercenaries have at least 2 hidden caches like this. We should keep our eyes open.
I don't know if they'd be like invisible before that, but I know that awareness does like reveal their positions to me. Yeah, the Sith battle suit. Okay, let's see. No. Cancel. Using a force power requires force points. Your light side, dark side rating affects force point cost of some powers. The further you stray to the dark side, the more expensive light side powers become, and less expensive dark side powers become, vice versa. Yeah! Oh, it's a lightsaber form. I didn't get a lightsaber. Okay. What level is this? 12. Okay, so I gotta get to level 12. Ultimate power? Lightning? Wound? Yeah. Force lightning, and then force storm. Okay. Unlimited power. Now you will see the true power of the dark side. I have a lightsaber form, but I haven't found a single lightsaber yet, nor an enemy that uses it. Or uses a lightsaber. How's that? Yep, looks like everything has been discovered. Let's go home. Or whatever. Lightsabers are later, I think? Oh, yeah, I know. I'm sure they are.
Sentry droid ahead. We've been spotted again.
Okay.
And that means more mercenaries.
Hooray!
I don't know about you guys, but I just can't wait.
Me
We're
neither.
close to the compound, so they'll be getting ready for us.
I think we're close to the compound, too. That means this entire place is probably on alert. So much for sneaking in.
Yeah, I know. Do the thing. I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to prevent you guys from running into the fucking mines. You're gonna do it anyways. Wait, the human is here. My turrets did not work. Chingpayamoni? Oh, they're fucking droids. Alright, so we'll disable madness. Lightning, lightning, go.
More where that came from.
Are you gonna run through the mine? Oh, you're not? Really?
Just say the word.
Wow, he didn't run through the fucking mine. That's crazy. Remains? No? No remains? Alright.
Let's go.
Well, better kill these guys too, huh? Or
There's
not.
the landing pad. There should be a computer terminal I can access from there. Looks like we're gonna have to find our way there, though.
Why do you say that?
He talks like Bill Clinton, that's what I was. He talks like fucking Bill Clinton.
Corin Fault did say you were dangerous. Maybe he does know what he's talking about.
Who are you?
Fault hired me to keep everyone out of the restoration zone. You in particular.
Well, you've done a miserable job of it so far.
We'll see. You may have caught a few of my boys off guard, but let's see how you fight now, Jedi. Attack!
Okay.
Everyone down!
Take him down.
Where are you going? Fucking asshole. Art. Bro. I knew I shouldn't have done aggressive. Well, this went to hell in a fucking handbasket.
I hear you.
That's useless.
I hear you.
Ugh. Do they gain experience if they're on the bench? Do they have to be with me to gain the experience, or can I just dismiss them and handle these guys myself?
There's the landing pad. Looks like.
Why do you say?
What a Corin.
Oh, he got a fucking face mask now, huh?
Fault. A grenade with your name. Attack.
Okay. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it! God damn it, dude. Yeah, party member down. Well, there's another one. I was gonna talk some shit about TLC Creep, and then these motherfuckers came out shooting Baby Shark. Oh no. Yeah, he got up and fell down again. I noticed. Yeah, you just go ahead and keep fighting, buddy. You're doing a great job. Yep, you're doing a great job. They're both right there. I fucking love it, dude. Ouch. Good God, dude. Oh, shit. And he's down. And he's down again. There, fuck off. And now I just have humans to take care of, which I can take care of myself. Because they are bad shots. Oh. Yeah. Go get him, pal! You got this! Nice ranged attacks, you dipshit! They're really shooting at me up there, boss! What do you want me to do? See, he's on ranged attack! Why is he not ranged attacking? There. And why isn't that guy getting up? Why does Caden always get up? Ow. And he is trying his hardest here. Oh, he's already, okay. There, okay. Can you handle that last one on your own there, bud? Can you get him? He fucking turns around and runs back. It's so good. It's pure Pizzac. Yep. Oh, he can't die if he's the last party member. That's right. So he just keeps popping back up again. Lore Seed, thank you for the 1, 2, 3, baby. 123 months. There. We good? Everybody done napping now? God, stopping these guys from fucking attacking these other guys is just ridiculous. It's like, should I kill him? I'll go kill him. You guys coming with, right? You guys are coming with, right? No. No one is going with you. And not a one of these buildings is open, is it? Nope.
Just say the word.
Okay.
Yeah? Hopefully I'll be able to access the SHIELD network from this console.
Thanks, Bill Clinton.
Good. It's functional, and my passcodes still work. Now let's find your ship.
The TSF said the Evan Hawk wasn't at any sanctioned landing site. What makes you think you can find it?
The TSF probably thinks the ship was put down in the wastes, but they don't know the planet as well as I do. Telos' atmosphere has been turned into acidic vapor. Landing a ship in the wastes would be like sealing it in a hangar full of hungry Minox.
I'd say there's probably an illegal landing site somewhere then.
So that means there's probably an unsanctioned landing site somewhere on the planet.
That's what I just
Still
said.
Shielded, but not a restoration zone or other listed
That's
facility.
literally what I just
That's
got
why
done
I need
saying.
access to the SHIELD network. Here, a small anomaly in the SHIELD network's power grid. I'm not surprised the TSF didn't spot this. It's subtle.
What
More
up,
like an
C-Show?
error or random
Is
flux than
Anthropic
anything
powering the
suspicious.
eye in this game?
I don't know, man. What is it?
It looks like power is being drawn to generate a shield over a small area in the polar region, but nothing should be down there. Orbital cameras show nothing, just an empty mesa.
Well, how are we going to get to the polar region?
That's a little tougher. According to the computer, a shuttle is currently docked
Inside the research facility, yeah. Okay.
At least there was at last report, though that was months ago.
So we don't know if the shuttle will be there
I
or
don't,
working.
But that's not going to stop me. I'm getting back to Citadel if I have to build a new ship myself.
That's decided then. We should get going.
There's one other small problem. Recently, Zerka teams that were sent into the military facility have not been coming out. But it's not as though we have any choice.
Okay, let's go. Okay. We've explored as much of this facility as we want to or can, I guess. Let me just make sure here. Anything around the back? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay. Hard save it there. All right, y'all. It is about that time to call my mama. You ready to call my mom? See what she's up to? Let's do that, shall we? It is Thursday, my Thursday, where we call my mom and check in with her, make sure she's doing all right. See what she's been up to with her week, and it's probably, you know, probably the same as last week and the week before. But we gonna call that bitch.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, mama.
Hi, babe. What's going on?
Nothing, just playing the Star Wars game.
Okay.
Yeah, do you like Star Wars?
I don't really remember it. I think I did. But is Star Wars the first one? It is, isn't it?
The first one? First one what?
The Star Trek was after.
Well, technically Star Trek came first if you're talking about the series.
Well, I'm talking about when they came out in movies.
Yeah, the movies, Star Wars came first before Star Trek. Yes, I think so.
Okay, and that's the only one I saw was Star Wars.
The first
I remember
one?
I liked it.
It's good. Yeah, you should watch the other ones. They're really good too.
I didn't watch the other ones.
No,
yeah.
you should watch the other ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, if you had the power of the Force, what would your Force power be?
Okay, what is the power of the Force?
Oh, Mom, that's a big question.
What are the choices? What are the choices?
Well, first you got to pick the light side or the dark side of the Force.
Oh, the light side.
Okay, you'd be the light side of the Force, and the light side of the Force is like powers for the good of all living things.
Is what?
It's power for the light side of the Force is like power for the good of all living things.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So what would you be able to do with your
that.
Force magic power?
Make people nicer.
Beautiful. I don't know. That might be dark side, though. Honestly, if you're doing mind control, that might be dark side.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. No, actually, it's not. No. Like Jedi mind tricks, I guess those are light side of the Force use Jedi mind tricks. So I guess it's all right.
Yeah.
We call it the Force Be Nice spell or power.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, Mom. We got some questions from the audience. Oh, first of all, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. Anything fun to report?
How are you? No.
No.
Not really. Luann and I are going to lunch tomorrow. Everybody else is camping.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go camping here in about a little less than 3 weeks, 20 days.
Oh, Burning Man.
Yeah, Burning Man, Mama.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, we're going to do it up. It's going to be great.
Oh, that'll be so fun for you.
Indeed it will. It'll be a good disconnect from the rest of the world for a little while.
Right.
All right, we got some questions for you.
Okay.
If you could fight one person in the Thunderdome, who would it be?
If I could fight?
Yeah.
What is the Thunderdome?
Thunderdome is like a dome made of metal where you fight to the death with like weapons like swords and chainsaws and stuff.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Who would you fight in the Thunderdome?
It'd be somebody smaller than me and less strong.
Okay. So can you name someone that is smaller and less strong than you that you would want to fight in the Thunderdome, Mom?
I can't even think of anybody that is. I'm so weak right now. I mean, I'm not a very strong person anymore, like I used to be.
Right. Let's see. Let's see. Who should Mom fight in the Thunderdome? Not Stephen Hawking. He's already dead.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, Mom. I would I would love to see you fight Scott in the Thunderdome. I think that'd be great.
Okay.
I think you'd destroy him because he wouldn't be able to raise his hand to you.
Oh, okay.
Because you'd use your Force Be Nice spell on him. Perfect. Let's see. If I had to answer the question, who would I fight in the Thunderdome? Who could I definitely throttle the shit out of and would want to do that to? Scott. Yep, Scott. It'll be Scott again. Again, Scott. I'm not going to ask that question because she wouldn't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Would you like to have force powers? Oh, to be able to push and pull people.
No.
Okay.
Why would I want to do that?
I don't know. Why would you want to do that? That's a good question. Just no.
Right.
I like it. Hey, that's a straightforward answer. Nope. She would not like to have that. There's your answer.
No.
Do you think Zeke would be able to change the alternator of a car without assistance?
No.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. Do you? Would you?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by assistance. Like, I would have to, like, I don't know. Because, that'd be different on every single vehicle. And
right.
I would have to look up, like, I would have to have instructions. Like, I could do it without someone else there probably. But it would take me a long time and I'd have to have, like, instructions and stuff. But, like, if you ask me right now to grab tools and go change an alternator with no one helping me or no, like, instructions, like, fuck no, I couldn't do that. Hell no.
Right.
But if I had a YouTube video or like a manual, I could probably do it.
Speaking of which, my alternator is going out. I thought it was my battery, and I took it in, and they said, no, it's your alternator.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be up there in a minute. I'll bring my tools and I'll fix it.
Okay.
Perfect timing to test that out, test that theory.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Does Zeke look better with or without hair on top of his head?
With.
Yeah, I figured you'd say that.
Yeah.
I got a pretty nice little skull, though, honestly.
Like, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't have a lot. Like my hairline's receded enough where it's becoming pretty obvious that I should. I'm probably gonna be a shaved head guy, Mom. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's gotten back pretty far where it's just like, dude, just stop. You don't try too hard. Your days of long-hairedness are done. They're behind you.
Oh, okay.
What if you had a lightsaber? Do you know what that is? A lightsaber?
I kind of do, yeah.
They're the laser swords.
Okay.
What color would yours be?
Probably purple.
Oh, good color. That's the same as mine.
I would definitely. That's my favorite color.
Hell yeah, Mace Windu. That's what Samuel L. Jackson's lightsaber was. It was purple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good choice. Very good choice, Mom.
Good.
Would you prefer a star war, an ocean war, or a land war?
Probably an ocean.
Okay. You'd like to have a war on the ocean?
Yes.
Okay. How come?
Because water keeps you from being very strong. And it would be a much easier fight, I think.
There you go. Good job. Nice work. Okay, I'm glad you thought about it. Good job. All right. Would you rather... Oh my God, Pete. Would you rather drink water from a flower vase with a 2-week-old stale water or drink milk that is well over a week expired and starting to curdle?
The water, my God.
Yeah. No question.
Yeah,
You ever-
I drank sour milk one time and about made me puke.
Yeah, it's gross. I think we've probably in your life or in a lot of people's lives, they've all had that moment where you're like, that milk is spoiled, and it's, and I drank
yes,
some of it.
I had a big gulp of it. Oh my God.
Yeah,
It was
it's
terrible.
fucking gross, dude. Totally disgusting.
Yeah.
All right, well, we got one more question for you, and it's more of a suggestion.
Okay.
But I want you to make do your best impression of a sci-fi weapon sound. Okay, so hold on.
Stuff that I'm not able to do.
No,
Okay.
you're able to do it. It's just, it's not. You don't have to be very good at it, but you can do it.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to give you a suggestion. I want you to do picture a pistol that shoots lasers, and make the sound for the pistol that shoots lasers.
It would go pew like that.
Do it a few times.
Pew, pew, like that.
All right, now I'm gonna throw a grenade. So I've taken out the pin and I've tossed the grenade. Now make the grenade explosion sound.
See, what would it be? Kaboom!
No, you got to make a sound effect.
Oh, Jack, I don't know how.
Just make a sound effect with your mouth, like a grenade exploding.
You make one. You make one first.
Okay, like.
Like what? Did you make the sound?
Yeah, you didn't hear me?
No.
Here, listen again. I'm throwing the grenade and it goes.
Oh, well, that's not a very strong sound.
I think it's because it doesn't go very well through the microphone of the mic of the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you heard it, right?
I did. I heard it. You sound like you went. Phew,
I went like what?
like that. Phew.
No, okay. I tell you what. Make a sound like you are like you're clearing out your mouth. You know how like when you're like you got like phlegm in the back of your throat and you go like that.
Yeah.
Just make that sound, but make it like explosive.
Okay.
All right, hold on one second. Hold on one second, Mom.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna set you up. Do the same thing. I'm gonna pull the pin out of the grenade. I threw the grenade, and now it makes an explosion sound. Fucking, they're all dead. All dead. Good job. You killed them all.
Yep.
Fucking perfect, Mom. Nice work. I love you so much.
Oh, thank you. I love you too.
Okay. I'm going to let you go now.
Okay, sweetheart. Thank you for calling.
You bet.
I love you, sweetheart.
I love you too, Mama. I'll talk to you later.
Tell Katie I love her too.
I will indeed.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, Zeconian.
Bye, Zeconian. Bye, Mom.
Bye. I love you, babe.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I love the fucking grenade sound. Fucking beautiful, dude.
Now, light our
Darkest hour. Thank you, Tie-Dye. Oh my god, dude. Fucking. Oh, dude. Okay, hold on. Let me Okay, let me pull that up here. Okay, I'm gonna set you up, do the same thing. I'm gonna pull the pin out of the grenade. I threw the grenade and now it makes an explosion sound. Now it makes an explosion sound. Okay. Oh, mama. Too good. Too good. Nice work, Mom. Holy shit, dude. Well, don't step on that, apparently. Guys, are we serious? I love we're all just jerking. Jerking. Good Lord. I'm looking for the perfect torpedo explosion sound. Do you think she would mind? No, go ahead, Mel. All yours. Be my guest. Yeah?
This arm of mine isn't just for show, General. Stand back.
Oh, there you go. Good job. Okay.
The Zerka mercenaries were a little surprised when I broke my way out of my holding cell. The shields there were even weaker than these. After you.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, did he just die?
I hear you.
Okay. First of all, let's start off by not getting poisoned.
Let's go. This arm of mine isn't just for show, General. Stand back. The Zerka merc after.
Okay. I'd really like this to work.
I hear you.
But I don't know if it's gonna. I think he's gonna walk up and just get fucking destroyed anyways.
More where that came from.
Okay. We actually lived through that. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it, he walked through it and it blasted me with the poison. Fucking dickhead. Lord, did Jaina kill Lord Finga in my butt? No, not yet. Please don't walk on the stuff and kill me.
Yeah?
Poison.
Time to even the odds.
God damn, dude. Just fucking do that, please. Ugh. Droids are such a pain in the ass. There we go. Administrative ID card. Rhodian Deathblade. That sounds fun. Oh, 1 to 6. Okay. I got no one that uses swords at the moment.
Bin poison.
Deactivate local turrets. Download facility map. Guys, come on. Come on, guys.
Let's get this.
How about, oh, it's destroyed. Okay. Good job. Oh, we did that. Okay. Got an ass like through like 5 layers of baggy clothes. Oh yeah, you can see her like the little pooch coming out.
General, need some.
No, I don't need anything. I wasn't trying to talk to you. There we go. Now maybe I'll talk to you. What's the deal? What's your damage? You don't really don't have to call me General.
Sorry, guess I can't get my head out of the past. I moved around for a couple years. Working as a starship mechanic got me from place to place. I wasn't ready to settle down after the war.
I did the same thing. I'm sure you weren't the only soldier to feel that way.
And I don't think I'll be the last. As long as I kept moving, I didn't have to think about what happened. Know what I mean?
Only too well.
I'm sure you do. I decided I'd do something constructive. I wanted to make up for the things I'd done in the war. I wanted to design planetary shields, but there weren't many systems with the credits to spare. There was more that needed to be rebuilt than protected. I found out that Telos was going to be the flagship project for the Republic, and it sounded like something good. I saw Telos before the Sith raised it. It deserved a better fate. But Zerka ruined everything. I thought I could
who would
force
work
Zerka
for them
out
and
on
make
my
money?
own, but I guess I can't fix everything myself.
I think taking on Zerka single-handedly might be a little out of your league.
All I wanted to do was send a message, but I couldn't even do that right. That's the past, though. It's good to be working with you again, General. Something else I can help you with?
What's your opinion on Telos?
If the Republic would just rein Zerka in, there'd be no problem. But as long as Zerka is allowed to undermine the Ithorians' efforts, Telos will remain dead.
Yeah, who would do
take seeing my work being
Who
used
would
by
side
those
with Zerka
bloodsuckers.
over the
Well, there's nothing I
Ithorians
can
or whatever?
do about it, so
Not
let's talk
me.
about something else. Something else I can help you with?
How'd you lose your arm?
I got tired of it. Kept dropping my hydro spanner. Figured I'd get a new one.
Yeah, but that was fun.
I was only kidding.
I know.
Actually, it was a
Obvious.
souvenir from Malachor. I was lucky it was all I lost. But at least it gave me something to do, right? Everyone always said I was probably half machine anyway. Something else I can help you with?
Nope. We're good. No influence gained or anything? Well, that was worthless conversation.
I received a sub gift at Naomi's channel today and thanked the person in her chat. I used one of your emotes while doing so. The response I got was, "Ooh, a Zeke sub. Neomal Ipu. She's cool by the way."
Oh, did Naomi go, "You a Zeke sub"? I bet she did. You know what I do? I go, "Oh, a Naomi sub. Oh, I'm so happy you're here." But whatever. Also, we got to hear that one more time.
Pezek, please nuts.
Oh, that's no notes, man. No notes. He crushed it. It's like I'm right there in the movie theater. Yeah, where's the explosion, Scott?
What's going on?
Not to nitpick, but I remember there were explosions in this movie.
I hear you.
I laughed too soon right after the explosions. Ah, damn it.
Where that came from? Let's settle this. Just say the word. Let's settle this.
Probably not the best. Huh. Okay. Oh, you gotta be real close for that, huh? Fuck me.
Time to even the odds. Just say the word.
God damn, 6 of them seems like a fucking lot, dude. I wonder what the range on my lightning is.
Pew. Zika.
Oh, okay.
Just say the word.
Alright, time to use shields.
Just say the word.
Okay.
Everyone down! Time to even the odds.
what to do to get my fucking,
This is a test for the look for.
Ahem. Ahem. Fucking idiot. Use your fucking shield, bro.
I hear you.
Yeah, dude, keep fucking doing that, idiot.
Time to even the odds.
Come on now. There. Man, rooms full of humans I can take, but rooms full of droids are just a fucking bitch, man. No. Comet implant, Lord implant. Oh, it had to be security skill, okay. There. Armor. Oh. No, these are upgrades. They're they're not the actual weapons. I don't even know what I would fucking make. Nothing's gonna help me like that much. Regeneration, but I'm a Jedi. I don't get any of this plating underneath my shit at all. Okay.
I hear you.
Okay.
There she is, one orbital shuttle.
Bingo!
Looks like it's in serviceable condition. That's all a moot point, though.
Why is that?
The hangar bay doors are closed. I don't fancy flying the shuttle through solid metal, so I'd say we need to find a way to get them open. We'll also need to find the ignition codes for the shuttle, or else we'll have some trouble getting off the ground. If we get all that, I wouldn't worry about what shape this heap is in. I'll get it running.
Okay. Not gonna update my journal. Base reactors offline, cannot unlock hangar doors. Okay. Oh, okay.
Just say the word.
It looked like she almost had it, though. He doesn't even hit it with his hand. He fucking karate kicks it. Ooh, Gamorrean cleaver. Two to 24. Oh, attack modifier -2. Well, fuck it. Do it. Yeah, big old axe. Look at that fucking thing. That's spacey. That's sci-fi shit right there. Turn off the security gas vents. Thank you. Motherfucking space Viking. Yeah, 2d12.
Damn thing's stuck.
Droid has been deactivated. Can we permanently deactivate it?
Let's go.
Everyone down. He just walks away. I love it. He's just like, nah, you guys got this. What are you doing, you fucking idiot? Get in there and fight it. Well, look who this is. God, I can't wait for the fucking
There
destruction.
we
go. Who are you? Palazzo! Thank you for the 24 months there, Palazzo. Peter Norv with 131, thank you for that as well. Why would I waste my time? Decent salvage, you can have that, alright. You got it. Give it to me. Why, you just have me charged for robbery? I got a med pack, antidote, frag grenade, iron grenade, and a repair kit. Nice.
Let's settle this.
Yeah.
You have seen much during the war. Is it your wish to continue causing such suffering?
Then why didn't you stop the attack? No, only the weak suffer, the strong endure.
As always, General, when you lead, I shall follow. But it is only because we have been through so much together.
No! What? No. We're doing that again. We're doing that again.
More where that came from.
Oh, shit.
This won't be long.
There we go.
We have seen much during the war.
All right, now what? Then why didn't you stop the attack?
As always, General, when you lead.
All right, we're going to try it one more time with the last answer. See what Dickhead says about it.
More where that came from.
Oh, okay.
We have seen much during the war. Is it your wish to continue causing such suffering?
Enough, let's secure the area. Alright, so we're ditching this fucking asshole as soon as we can.
More where that came from.
No, if he can't handle my killing ways, I don't want him on my squad.
Just say the word. Damn thing's stuck.
Okay.
I'll just leave this right here.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Other guy's still on my side, right? How am I doing? Pretty dark. He's pretty dark. He's a light side weenie. He's a light side weenie.
Let's go.
Time to even the odds.
Okay, we're going. Bro, Sith. Dude, bro, Sith. What are you doing?
Time to take you down to size.
No one's gonna follow me. I don't blame you, really. Okay, we're not doing it. Okay, that's fine. I don't blame you. I think there's more where that came from. Master Force Focus. Oh, difficulty class for saving throws. Okay. How many do I have? I have 1 feats. +3 bonus to all deflection rolls. Certain items may apply bonus or penalty to the ability. Okay. Energy blast bolts at any time as long as they're... Oh, have a lightsaber equipped, which I don't yet. God damn. How long into the game until you get a fucking lightsaber? Where's the cursor? I hate how fucking light the cursor is, so I can barely ever tell where the fuck it is. This feat subtracts 10% of any damage over 20 points suffered. The character retains a 1 point valid. Yeah, okay. Dueling. Not that it matters. Oh, there we go. The character's increased reaction time and speed. The character moves 10% faster than normal. Yes. Sure. I'll take it. Ooh, force channel. Fuck is force channel? Oh, yes. Destroy droid. I have it. I guess it's not on here. Okay. Force channel is when Twitch forces you to watch a specific streamer. Well, I'm glad for that. Wait, no. Not right now. Right now we want Destroy Droid. There you go. Oh, there's another one. Oh, I get both. Let's go. Yes, droids and humans will die. I love it. Yes. There we go. Force channel. Force damage and FP regen? Is that something I have to keep initiating, or does it stay initiated? It's constant? Oh, good. Okay. Overload droid recharging stations. God damn, that's great. Well, James, I've been doing a lot of side questing, so as far as that goes, like, I haven't really delved into the main story a lot yet. Oh, yeah, just do your main skills. There you go. Good job. Yeah, sorry, the explosions are loud, dude. I don't know why. Turn sound effects down a little bit. Honestly, if I could go back and tell myself to start playing this on keyboard and mouse, I would. It is definitely, like, so much easier for so many things.
Yeah?
But now I've been playing with a controller for so long that... Wow, I didn't even realize our boy here is caked up too. HK!
This droid has been damaged and does not appear to be functional.
Program the droid to follow me. Patrol mode engaged. Once you end the session, the droid will follow you. Huzzah! I'd really like to break it down and make parts for it. For my guy, for my HK. Was he supposed to say something there?
Let me handle this.
Oh, the turret's been disabled.
Take him down.
Start the reactor, Quaid! Dixon Cox! I love Dixon Cox!
Are you wearing
74
C3PO?
months? Are you wearing C3PO? I don't know what that means. Not getting the joke if there's a joke there. Are you seriously? Up here meleeing these guys, you Jedi? Let's try this again, huh? Shall we?
Let's go.
Okay.
Time to take you down to size.
Fucking dude. Did I not make you wear a fucking shield? I thought I said wear a shield.
Just say the word.
I was almost positive I put him in a shield. Where is your jacket? It is freezing outside. Datapad. Datapad contains the ignition code for the orbital shutter in the underground hangar. Well, there you are.
Let's go.
Oh. He ran out. Yeah, there you go. A little help, maybe? Boy, I'm glad I got that destroyed droid. The whole orbital shuttle doesn't have hyperdrive, but it can get you out of this restoration zone. Take the shuttle to the shielded mesa in Talos polar region. Yes. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. We did it. Let's do it.
Statement. We have arrived too late. The target has evaded us. We must pursue it. Observation. They have likely escaped aboard the orbital shuttle that has been docked here. The bay control computer likely will have a record of their departure. Query. Have you discovered anything about the shuttle's course? Answer. I have managed to
Okay.
movement across the shield network. However, the shield net.
Well, this can't be any worse than last time. So that's the hole in the shield network, huh? Doesn't look like much to me.
Hold on, I'm skipping this because I'm going to go back and look in the room that droid came out of, so I don't miss any treasure. In the meantime... One more time. Oh, Mom, you're the greatest. Pew, 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 pew. No, I honestly, like, I'm hoping there's HK parts in here. Repeating blast rifle, Mandalorian blaster. Okay. Matukai adept rose, more parts. A robe, more parts. Credits and a plasma grenade. Frag grenade. Okay. I mean, good haul, don't get me wrong. Worth getting.
Just say the word.
There you go, 2 to 9. Oh. Oh, these are all heavy. Yep. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Yep, it's a space axe. Not to be confused with SpaceX. All right, there we go. Let's go. Try out Neverwinter Nights, pretty similar to this game gameplay-wise, but D&D. You think? Neverwinter Nights? Didn't I play that? Didn't I play a little bit of that? I think I did, right? For CD-ROMathon?
Statement. We have arrived too late. The target has evaded us. We must pursue it. Observation.
Observation.
You've likely escaped aboard the orbital shuttle that has been docked here. The bay control computer likely will have a record of their departure. Query. Have you discovered anything about the shuttle's course? Answer. I have managed to track the shuttle's movement across the SHIELD network. However, the SHIELD network does not stretch over the polar region, which was the shuttle's apparent destination. Statement. Dispatch a unit to the polar region with the last known coordinates and approximate path of the shuttle. They will not escape us again.
Time for a
This
cinematic.
can't be any worse than last time.
Sort of.
So that's the hole in the SHIELD network, huh? Doesn't look like much to me.
I used to bullseye womp rats that were bigger than that.
You've got to be kidding me.
They don't even
It's
show
not
it
my
hitting the
fault.
shuttle. God damn it. And there were no survivors. Game over, you lose. All your choices mean nothing.
Egotistic praise. An excellent shot, even with the prevailing winds. I couldn't have done it better myself. Field assessment. I picked up on the heat forms of the Jedi and their allies. Activate the
How did they end up outside? Did they get tossed through the windshield? Jesus. No one was wearing their seatbelts, huh?
Relieved statement. Oh, Jedi, it is good to see you intact. We were concerned that shooting down your shuttle would damage you irreparably. Quick clarification. But now that we have found you, we hope that we can facilitate communications. Unnecessary addendum. And put an end to hostilities.
Any reason why you shut down my vessel?
Unnecessary clarification. We merely wish to cripple your vessel. Once we tracked your coordinates, we were able to deploy several droids in this location. Probing query. We are, however, curious as to why you chose to come to the remnants of the polar Telos irrigation system. There is nothing here that our instruments can detect. Eager threat. But we are looking forward to extracting your motives for coming here when we place you in torture restraints.
What are you doing here?
Self-evident answer. Wherever you try to run, we will be
Self-evident
there,
answer.
And ready. Rhetorical query. So the query you have posed to us is one we put to you. What are you doing here, we wonder?
How many of you are there?
Chiding statement. Oh, Jedi. There are as many of us as are needed to capture or kill our targets. Egotistical boast. And there are far more of us than any one Jedi. Destroy one of us, and more shall rise from the wreckage. Unnecessary threat. And our attack protocols are more than a match for you and your allies.
Destroying one of you is easy. Wiping out 3 might cause me to break a sweat. Oh, why is she back on my squad? Wait a minute. What the fuck is Kreia doing back here? To be honest, I like her better than the other guy anyways. HK control cluster. Let's go. That's 2. Damn it.
What is it?
Oh. There he is. Oh, he's knocked unconscious by the explosion. You can find a refuge, then he should recover in time. Okay. Did I fucking miss a door? Did I really miss a fucking door? Ah. Right. Hey, you guys left me out in the cold. Fuck's sake. Oh, we did leave him out in the cold and he's going to be captured. God, we're terrible. That's like the darkest side thing I could have done.
Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh. Who are you?
I will not warn you again. Drop your weapons, or we shall take them from you.
Do as they say. I sense we will come to no harm.
No one disarms me.
The loss of your weapons shall be a temporary thing only, and it is necessary. There is much to be gained here without violence.
I'll play along for now. Since I don't have a choice.
Why is it that everywhere we go, I end up in a cell?
I mean, why did they lock us up? What is this place?
It is a training ground for Jedi.
What?
His head is outside of the fucking barrier.
There's the semblance of an academy. But where are all the students? Curious.
You've got to be joking. What is a Jedi Academy doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
It is a place hidden from the galaxy like the Academy on Dantooine. But this place... Oh, Atris, you have been clever.
Atris?
It's none of your concern.
Well, the sooner we're out of here, the better. 2 crazy Jedi are more than enough for me. No one told me we were going to be dumped in a nest of Jedi.
And what is it about this place that causes you such fear?
What do you mean? We're in the middle of a bunch of Jedi. You know how they are.
No, I do not. Not in the way you seem to.
What are you doing? Get out of my head!
Stop struggling. Let me follow the current. Deep.
Jesus Christ.
To its source.
Stop! Stop! Ah!
Ah. With the fear is mingled guilt. It squirms in you like a worm. And the why? Ah. And there is its heart. You surprise me. I could not feel it before. Your feelings are a powerful shield indeed. Do not worry, Atten. If she is a Jedi,
Atten,
she will
quote
forgive.
Unquote.
And if she is not, she will not care.
You can't tell her. Please. I'm asking you. I don't want her to...
Think less of you. I hardly think that's possible. Still, there is no shame in what you ask. We all wage war with the past, and it leaves its scars. I will not speak of yours, Atten, but there is a price for such things.
What? What price?
There are those who wage war and those who follow them. You are a crude thing, murderer, but you have your uses. You know how important this woman we travel with is. Even one such as you can feel it. You will serve her until I release you.
And if I refuse?
You will not. If you do, then my silence will be broken. And then, Atten, you will be broken. You fear the Jedi, and rightly so. If Atris learns of your choices, you will never leave this place. But whatever fear you hold of the Jedi, know that if you disobey me, that my punishment will make you beg for the death that has long hounded you. Wipe the fear from your mind.
And wipe the shit from your butt.
You will not find blind obedience a difficult master. You chose it once. You will learn to embrace it again.
I don't know how you became such a manipulative witch, but why a vicious old scow like yourself would even bother with me is a bigger mystery.
No game of Djarik can be won without pawns, and this may prove to be a very long game. You are a slippery one. Your thoughts difficult for even one such as I to read. I suspect the self-loathing that squirms within you gives you a curious strength. Your spirit, as diseased as it is, refuses to allow you to give up, no matter what threats you face and whatever wreckage you leave behind you. I feel you have crossed our path for a reason. Perhaps even you, at the right moment, may be able to turn aside disaster. If so, your potential is not yet spent.
Fine. I'll be your pawn. But I still think you've got the wrong man.
Perhaps. But someone has to fly the ship, and the Force is a hard thing to predict. You have crossed our path for a reason. Our path brought us here for a reason. And now I know why. The past is here, and it must be met before the future can be set in motion.
More Jedi speak. Care to explain?
No. I've wasted enough time with you. Sleep, murderer, and be silent.
Just fucking put them to sleep.
No distractions. A critical moment approaches.
God damn, this hallway's long. Okay, now the plot reveals itself, correct? The main plot of the story. Up till now, it's been just preamble. Now,
I did not expect to see you again after the day of your sentencing. I thought you had taken the exile's path, wandering the galaxy. Yet you have returned.
No?
Why?
Okay. Alright, we're gonna have this long conversation in just a moment. Right now, I'm gonna take my dogs out one last time, and then we'll play all the way to the end of the stream. So, also don't forget that we're doing Indie Day tomorrow, and a day early, because on Saturday we're gonna go for a big walk with JP and friends. So yeah, Indie Day is tomorrow. So give me your suggestions for indie games in my Discord under Indie Game Suggestions. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do a big walk on Saturday. Sunday drop frames. And then Tuesday we'll come back to this. So I'll be right back. Stream's not over. I was just updating you on stuff. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. Alrighty. Let's have a nice long talk with what's-her-face from the Snow Palace, or whatever the fuck this is. Alright. I want my property, my slaves and my ship returned.
Your slaves have been detained for their safety. Though if that is how you treat them, I imagine they would prefer cells to your company. But you have not answered my question. Why are you here? The Order and you parted ways long ago, and the Order was the better for it.
Thank you, Goody. Oh my god. Pew, 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 pew. God damn. Okay. It was not my intention to come here after to see you again. I'm here because a pretentious shoulda stole my ship.
Your ship? Ah, the
Ethan Hawke? Yes,
it
the
is
Ethan
not your
Hawke.
ship. Unless you are admitting to the destruction of the Paragus mining facility.
Paragus? I never heard of it. Or... Of course I destroyed Paragus.
So, at last you admit it.
Yeah.
At least you have that much courage left. You have not changed. Acting instead of thinking, putting yourself before the galaxy, before the Jedi. Do you know what you have done?
Yes, I destroyed 2 worlds with 1 explosion.
No, your crime is much more than that.
Oh, really?
Without the fuel from Paragus, Citadel Station cannot maintain its orbit.
Oh,
it will
no.
crash into the planet,
Oh,
and its destruction will echo across 20 other worlds.
Well, so what?
Telos was a test to see if the Republic could mount a restoration effort on the Outer Rim. When it fails, the Republic will not finance another. The other Rim worlds, devastated by the Sith, will remain graveyard worlds, devoid of life. And that is the magnitude of your crime.
Well, I'll tell you this. There you go. Paragus was nothing compared to what I'll do to you if you don't give me back my ship.
The ship and your freedom is no longer yours. You and your ship will be detained here pending an investigation and a trial.
Well, god damn it. Not after you become one with the Force, you won't.
It was too much to hope that you may have come here to finally admit the Council was right.
Oh, my purple lightsaber! My purple double-edged lightsaber, that's mine! That's mine! That's my lightsaber!
A lightsaber is the mark of a Jedi. When you turned your back on the Order, it was not yours anymore.
I'm taking my ship back to try and stop me and you'll regret it.
Take your ship, then.
Yeah.
I don't care where you go, just leave this place.
Good.
Leave Telos.
We shall remove her, mistress.
Think I'm scared of you.
Come with us.
That's my lightsaber! Give it back!
Are you all right, mistress?
The exile reminded me of something I had forgotten.
Forgive me, mistress, but I must ask. The exile, I've never seen another affect you so strongly. Was she important to you?
I can
once?
smell your
We all
panties
have
from
our
here.
heroes, and when we watch them fall, we die inside. She made a choice once, and I did not. The day we judged her, I stood in the chamber, and she was so right. She was so certain of it. I doubted myself, but not now. She will never make me doubt myself again. But now I am tired. I must meditate.
Of course, mistress.
God damn it,
I will
she's
tell the
leaving
others
my
you are
purple
not to be
lightsaber, you
disturbed.
fucking bitch,
And
give it
please,
back.
do not exhaust yourself. We can attend to matters here.
I'm gonna go kill her and get it back. Dark side. How we looking? Are we looking real dark? Oh, we're almost all the way dark, baby. Oh, did she take all my weapons? There we go.
Why have you approached me?
Yavin Hawk, where is it?
Your ship is stored in the hangar. Atris has given you permission to leave this place and not to return.
Okay. I'm looking for a fight.
I would welcome a chance to instruct you. I have been anxious to teach you many principles of combat ever since you invaded this place.
Teaching? I could use a good sparring match.
Very well. Follow me, and we shall see if you have the endurance to learn the most basic of our teachings.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, they're gonna teach me anyway? Oh, nice.
Before we begin, are you familiar with Ichani traditions?
Does it have anything to do with why you wanted me to disrobe?
All duels between us shall be without armor of any kind. There shall be no restrictions upon our movements or upon yours. Your feet are not to leave the training mat during the battle. If they do, you will lose. Also, this is not a fight to the death.
Oh, come on.
Restrain your instincts when we fight, and we shall do the same.
Fine, if you're ready to fight, so am I.
The fight will be with hands and feet only. No stimulants, shields, weapons, or other items. Also, do not call upon any Jedi techniques during our contest. If you do, then the battle will be over. In turn, I will not use our higher forms, for this is only an opening battle between us.
Feet, you say?
Of each other's strength.
Enough talk, let's fight.
Then let us begin. You have fallen. Very well. It shall be the same as before. Then let us...
Oh, fuck. I don't even get to heal? That's fun.
You have fallen.
Yeah, her feet left the match twice.
Seek one of us out when you wish to fight.
Do I even need to do this? You hurt my feelings. I'm leaving. Fuck this. Where do I even go? Dude, I'm a fucking wizard, man. I don't do any of this shit. I don't fight with my hands. I barely even fight with a sword ever. Charisma +2. Regenerate force points. If I can't fight dirty, I don't want to fight.
Did you find what you came for?
That depends. What was I supposed to find here?
There was something from your past here, something unresolved. I feel we did not come to this place by chance. You were led here. This woman who resides here, she did something to you once, something that hangs upon you still.
She means to harm me. I may have to kill her. Stay out of my head or I'll remove yours.
Very well, though I cannot be blamed for the intensity of your thoughts on this matter, or the depths to which they reach. Be warned, unresolved events from our past can create wounds in the present and the future. And more importantly, they can distract you, weaken you. It could prove fatal against the enemies we face.
Are you done?
If that is all you wish to hear, then I have nothing more to say. Let us depart.
What'd you do to him? I'll shut down the cells and get you out of here.
I am sorry, General. I must have lost consciousness in the crash.
I have no use for a soldier who falls at the first sign of combat. Be on your guard in the future.
I will, General. The attack was unexpected, but I will not let down my guard again. What is this place? Where are we?
Yeah, next time you're in a crash, just don't get unconscious, okay? Jesus. Just get to the ship. We can talk later.
Very well, General. I will await your arrival.
The two party members left are Atten and Kreia. Bowder will meet you at the Ebon Hawk. Dark side points are gained. What is this thing? Hey!
Well, if it isn't the one who stole the Ebon Hawk. Not so smug now, are you, you little thief?
Don't be a fool. Atris stole the ship and the droid.
Says you.
Are we doomed?
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
Yep, we're doomed. Your behavior code. They didn't memory wipe you, did they? Tweet, 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 deet. Then fight next time someone tries to take the ship. Then up the charge. Make it lethal. Okay. Slow down. I can't understand what you're saying. What? Why would you want what's in your memory core? Be quiet until we left this place behind. Yeah. See you at the Ebon Hawk. Oh, more dark side points gained. Jeez, oh Mizo, we gotta be close to the end. Yeah. We are so dark. energy. Yep. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Door's cold touch to no conventional means of opening it.
Ah, curious thing. What lies behind it? Did she? Perhaps it is a meditation chamber of some sort.
Yeah, it said that right on the door. Oh, I want my fucking lightsaber! We must get it back some other time then, huh? Oh, okay. Same thing. Okay, so if I wanted to do this, which I do, I would take the stims beforehand. And force power buffs, then quickly talk to her. I don't have any force power buffs, unfortunately. Oh, she does.
I hear you.
Oh my fucking... Fuck off, dude. Would you guys please catch up? Where are you? Get over here! There, fuck off. Come here. Yes, you too, dummy.
What is it?
Fuck. I'm giving it to her. I didn't switch characters. Thanks, Pete. Dude, you guys, really? What is happening? Get over here! Oh, there's something they get stuck on. Their pathing gets stuck on something over there. Okay. Now that you're here, now let's see. Okay.
I hear you.
Hyperadrenal strength. Battle stimulant. Stamina. Yeah. Night speed.
Just say the word.
There you go. Okay, now go. Talk. Damn it.
Have you returned to fight? Very. It should. Then.
I don't look buffed up. Am I buffed up? I don't think I'm buffed up. That was a good hit. Oh, it was close.
Very well. It should.
No. That was close, though.
Have you returned? You have fallen. Very well. Then let.
Yeah, our feet aren't supposed to leave the map, but they're leaving the map pretty good.
You have fallen.
Okay, so it doesn't... Doesn't matter what I do.
Have you returned to fight? Very. It shall. Then let.
Come on.
have fallen.
And then all my homies jump in.
Have you returned to... Very well. It shall be... Then let...
This will teach you.
Have you returned to... Very well. It shall be... Then let...
No, I did the best with just regular old attack. Yeah.
You have fallen.
There's no fucking way I can kill her. There's no way. Determination initiatives. Oh, plus many opponents. Okay. Yep, that doesn't help.
Have you returned to... Very... It shall... Then...
Yeah, I just miss. I just miss so much with this. Yeah.
You have fallen.
Gear toward physical might help. No, they take away all of your gear.
Very... It shall... Then...
I mean, okay, they don't take away all of your gear, I guess. You can keep your gloves. You just can't have any armor on. Their reflex saves, though. I don't need to save against anything, I don't think.
Have you returned? Very. It. Then. Oh!
Wow, I am missing every fucking opportunity here. Yep, she just clocking my ass. She hits me 2 for every 1 I hit her.
You have fallen. Very well. It shall then let.
I like that she heals up, but I don't. Yeah, no, fuck this. I'm not doing it. I ain't doing it. It's okay. I'm a space wizard. I don't need to fucking use my fists. I can leave. I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, without exploits and stuff, it doesn't seem like I can really do it unless I get like, I could probably try 50 times to get lucky once, but I'm not gonna.
Well, now that we're off that Dejaric border of the planet, I say we burn sky until we see lines.
What's with T3? You did what while you were connected? Okay, enough. You downloaded Astro's archives?
What is the machine saying?
I don't think all of that is necessary. If you're the Hollow T3, play it. The machine says, "You old bitch." Picard?
Do you know why we have called you here?
Oh, this is old memories. Whatever your reasons, speak them or let me go.
As Revan summoned you, so have you come full circle to return to the Jedi.
Why did you defy us? The Jedi are guardians of the peace, and have been for centuries. This call to war undermines all that we have worked for.
Goddamn.
Is Revan your master now? Or is it the horror you wrought at Malachor that has caused you to see the truth at last?
I must ask you a question. Mustache rides, 5 credits. All right. I realized that following Revan was to war was in violation of Jedi Code. I broke it knowingly. Find the wishes of the Council to seek to punish me, then get on with it. True, the Mandalorians had to be stopped, or countless more would have died. You were not at Malachor, and you will never understand. Slaughter every Mandalorian if I could, except Malachor did it for me.
You refuse to hear us. You have shut us out, and so have shut yourself to the galaxy.
We feel that your true understanding of what happened at Malachor 5 will only happen in time, and it cannot happen here, near the battlegrounds where you fought.
You are exiled, and you are a Jedi no longer.
There is one last thing. Your lightsaber. Surrender it to us.
Eat shit. Fuck you. Out of my cold, dead hands, bitch. Or not.
Much defiance in that one.
You were correct, Kavar. When she was here, I felt it. It was as if she was not there. More like an echo.
Revan's influence has grown amongst the youngest of the Order. He speaks to their passions, not their sense. The war has touched them. Many of them have found themselves in the war against the Mandalorians.
It is as I feared. and I fear that we have played into the hands of the enemy.
We have not lost a Jedi this day. You felt it. She has lost herself. She is no Jedi. She walked Revan's path, but she was not strong enough.
I fear it is our teachings that may have led Revan to choose the path he did.
We are not the ones who taught him.
We take responsibility, Atris.
What up, Carl Gustafson?
The choice of one was
Thank
the
you for
choice
reading
of
the
us
rules.
all.
Welcome to the channel.
Revan's teacher intended no harm, and Revan had many teachers since.
Yet they all stem from the same source. Her teachings violated the Jedi Code and lead all who listen to the dark side, as they did the Exile.
You are wrong. The dark side is not what I sensed in the Exile. Surely the
Not
rest
yet.
of you felt it as well. That emptiness we felt. She has changed.
Whatever that wound was, it was of the dark side. We should not have let her depart. She will simply join Revan again, or perhaps worse.
What would you have
Destroy
done
planets.
with her, Atris? Be mindful of your feelings. This is not Revan who stood before you. This one walks a different path.
No, although that may come in time. We let her go because we must. Where she travels, she carries her destination with her.
Malachor 5 should have been her grave. You saw it in her walk, and in the Force. It was as if she was already dead.
No, not death. Many battles remain for that one, if what we have seen is true. But the future is a shifting thing, and she cuts like a blade through it.
We should have told her the truth. A Jedi deserved to know.
No good would have come from it, even if what you believed was true. There is still the matter of Revan, and such truths could leave us vulnerable on two fronts.
Perhaps in many years we will call her before us and explain what happened to her, and how she may be healed. Until then, she must accept her journey.
But she may never discover the truth, and she will never know why we cast her out.
And that is the future we must accept.
Those Jedi sure like their secrets, don't they?
Okay. So they knew what happened to me. They all do. Atris has a list of all the missing Jedi. Sure, display it. Master Vrook, Dantooine. Master Zezkai, El, Nar Shaddaa. Master Kavar, Onderin. Master Vash, Korriban. Master Atris, Talos. Dweet? Master Dweet? All those fools were there when I was sentenced.
A strange coincidence.
It is no coincidence. There is some larger plan at work here, and we are walking into it. This is too convenient to be anything but a trap.
We have no choice. Those Jedi know what happened to me.
General, is there a reason you don't carry a lightsaber anymore?
Yeah, that bitch took it! Yeah, they took it away from me.
That's not your lightsaber anymore.
What?
That belonged to someone who served Revan in the wars, not the person you are now. What? You could build another one if you wanted to.
I want the purple one! I'm not afraid of building a new lightsaber. That's what you think.
I never said you were, but whatever the reason, you should put it behind you. I know this. A lightsaber is part of who you are. Without it, you're not complete.
Very well. How should we start?
I think I can help you out there. I happen to know the parts you need.
Alright, what do we need?
We need a power cell, emitter matrix, lens and focusing crystal, though I have to admit the crystal is beyond my means. Never did understand them. Those parts are fairly common, though a Jedi once told me that it's best if your lightsaber reflects you, and if it is constructed of things that identify it as your own. Just bring the parts to me before you get started building it. I'll make sure they're usable.
Dereet? 'Reet? 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 ' De reet reet.
Because you're programmed to force your opponent to go first, and nothing will convince me the computer doesn't cheat.
Yeah.
Even if I didn't have to go first and somehow I didn't suspect you of counting cards, I still wouldn't play with a trash compactor. Yeah? How many credits? Got a minute?
I'm a little busy here. What is it?
Won't take more than a minute.
All right, I'll work while you talk.
Look, your friend, the Jedi, you know her from way back, don't you? How much do you know about her, really?
Her? You mean the general? Yeah, during the war. If that's what you mean by way back. Can't say I know too much about her, though.
Better than anyone else on this ship. Just give me your opinion, okay? And don't laugh.
I'm trying to work here, Atten.
I was just wondering if you thought maybe she and I might...
You're being serious.
You said you wouldn't laugh.
You are being serious. Atten, she was a general. I was just a tech. Your guess is about as good as mine.
Well, what's your guess then?
I'm getting back to work.
Hey, I'm being serious here.
Beep, bereep, deep, indeed.
You're laughing at me? I'll put you on the scrap heap, you walking tin can.
More rolling.
All I'm saying is that you've gone for a long time without a memory wipe. Most droids behave erratically under those circumstances. I know that, but I'm fixing everything else around here, so I may as well take a look at you too. What was that? That's what I'm talking about. That is not normal droid behavior.
Utility droids tend to have a habit towards developing personality quirks.
I am not pushing you around. I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to upgrade your functionality.
Don't worry, Bowder probably knows what he's doing.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Good. Now let's get started. You wouldn't guess it from the outside, but it looks like you've been through a lot. I'll bet. I'm all done with you. If anything comes loose, let me know and I'll put it back in place.
D3M4 has received a permanent +2 bonus to his constitution. Nice. Very nice. Alright. Oh yeah. We're getting closer. Control cluster's in. So we just need the chassis and the processor. I thought that if it was me at the fucking, or if it was on my ship, that I would use the skill of anybody on the ship to create stuff. But that doesn't look like the case at all. Oh, okay. Oh, unable to change the party this time. Okay.
Yes? Have you come? That is something we will leave until we possess a light.
Ah, god damn it.
Very well.
I've already done all that. Already had those conversations. I just want my HK back so I can have my robot crew. All right, canonically, where should I go next? Any suggestions from the audience? Nar Shaddaa gets you that? Okay, cool, let's do that. Barely suppressed
here
arousal.
we are.
Master,
Smuggler's
your robe
Moon.
is falling open.
It's the
Would you like
gaping
me to
maw of
close it?
Nal Hutta, swallowing all the cargo and spaceport thugs the galaxy has to offer. Mandalorians, mercenaries, war veterans, and pilots from the Mandalorian Wars and the Jedi Civil War ended up on Nar Shaddaa, from all sides of the conflict. When the last war ended, there was no place left for them to go. Nar Shaddaa's a rough place and easy to get lost in. Or for someone to get lost. If we wanted to keep out of sight from the Sith for a while, you couldn't pick a better spot.
What's Nal Hutta?
It means glorious jewel in Huttese, but don't let that fool you. It's the central breeding grounds of the Hutts. Nar Shaddaa orbits it. Nal Hutta's as slimy as the Hutts. Lots of swamp and bloated gas. It's where those slugs reach out and grab chunks of the galaxy. Trust me, we're not going to go anywhere near the place unless we want to be washing the stink out of our clothes for the next few years.
A lot of ex-soldiers on Nar Shaddaa?
Yeah. Some came looking for work running freight and cargo. Still, there's only so many ships to go around and so many workers. So others lend their weapons to the Hutts in the exchange. It's become a prime base for raider recruitment across the galaxy.
How hard would it be to find a Jedi here?
It won't be easy. There's so much traffic on Nar Shaddaa. Finding anyone on the moon's surface is going to be hard. We're going to touch down in the refugee sector. There's a lot more traffic there, and it's harder for people to spot you coming in. Or find you once you arrive.
You sound like you've been here before.
Anyone flying the Star Lanes has docked on Nar Shaddaa at least once. I wouldn't want to live there, and I doubt anyone does by choice.
Sounds like Texas. How hard would it be to find a Jedi? No. How hard would it be to hide here?
Shouldn't be too hard. There's so much traffic on Nar Shaddaa, finding anyone on the moon's surface is going to be hard. We're going to touch down in the refugee sector. There's a lot more traffic there, and it's harder for people to spot you coming in.
Yep, got it. All right. Let's go.
I've plotted a course for the refugee sector, and we should touch down within the hour.
Okay.
Once we're down, we should finally be able to breathe easy. There's no way anyone's gonna find us here.
No way at all. Anyone's gonna find us here. No. What? No. I'm looking for Mustache Guy. Is he the one that landed in Nar Shaddaa? For it being Star Wars, I certainly don't spend a lot of time in space. Wookiee! He's short.
Perhaps you have heard that the Jedi comes to Nar Shaddaa. While she walks upon the smuggler's moon, she is not to be harmed. Observe her, track her.
She's
but
no
do
good to
not
be dead.
Eclipse her movements, or I shall eclipse yours. You must, because one Jedi attracts others. It is the way of things.
Dawachosimu poindorakawa ichirendumo paramakawana abawasi. Yukroren man mapusiti indolara.
Honto no saka, jita bedwana maticha, kichu no kada mirenito. Renfiloso ni heku chupanaret atamakcha.
Taranamo sibu indasarans, crema sunkun ratungala, chawi mo jubu inkosoracha. Bo mababe wanto susintu mukarata. Tu esfrektonatada ber mabar chokto. Torenibu inturata sisi me burokra.
Request. If Goto's vessel is no longer neutral ground, inform us so that we might initiate assassination protocols and commence firing at once.
Kavadumpe masuraku popayi botenya tachimurota kamsa. Javaskobo subjob, rigiso carvenoxo, mochitosa sagrindeo, kichu no cada mirenito. Renfiloso ni heku chupanaret atamakcha. Tahupo boteño go jucho picha, gwen taba ni sochu, norotoga proto lala shishi, jubadosa jibacha, ratak mansan, tokosha na chitola.
Observation. Jedi follow the self-destructive path of pacifism and tolerance. They will not attack first.
Doveri nincha, yonona shitasa chuch, wanatu mobayes, dorcha no bankani honkades. Doveri nincha, yonona shitasa chuch, goli rosodish, ranta kras mobas.
I hope you caught all that. There will be a test later.
Ah, the beautiful stench and decay of desperate living.
This moon, it teems with life. It is difficult to center oneself.
Welcome to Nar Shaddaa. Towering buildings kilometers high and miles deep, with canyons so wide you could have a dogfight in them. Word of warning, watch where you step.
Oh, wait, I gotta
You'll
find a
fall
racing
for
spot.
hours.
I gotta go racing. Are we gonna be okay on this landing pad?
Sure. Most of the landing pads around here are unclaimed, or should be. They're pretty badly maintained, so they're not safe to land on. Well,
And
I
card
mean,
games.
not this one. But they all have the reputation, so we should be all right.
Yeah, racing in
I
Pazak.
think.
I'm ready to do this. You know what? Let's move on.
All right, then, let's move out. Where are we headed exactly?
It does not matter where we go.
Nope.
If what we seek is here, we shall come upon it in due time.
That's
Yeah,
right.
If you want to stay on the ship and meditate some more, don't let us stop you. Whatever we do, I say we get the Hawk's ID signature changed while we're here. Might keep us from being a target when we enter a new system. What is it you wish to do?
Let's see where our path takes us.
All right, if you have any questions, just ask. We should be able to leave the ship here as long as we want. No one supervises these landing pads anymore.
You there!
Oh, what the
What's
fuck?
with you? Letting that piece of junk sink its struts into my landing pad.
I will. I will force persuade. I think it's fine where it is.
It'll be fine where it is. Yeah, I guess you're right.
I didn't think it
And
worked
by
on these
right,
guys.
I mean you're
Oh.
wrong. Telling me
There
it'll
it
be
is.
fine where it is. What, you think I'm stupid? I got another ship coming in, and unless you want that piece of junk's hull crushed flat, you better move it. Got it?
What other ship?
That's none of your business. All you need to know is that they're gonna be firing up their quad lasers if they find your ship squatting there when they arrive.
Okay. Well, the Hutts told me I could land here.
Yeah? Well, this is the first I've heard of it. Huts don't do business down there. This is exchange territory.
Well, you should get out of my way or they'll never find your body.
I got a ship that's supposed to dock on this pad any hour now. What am I gonna do?
Let them burn their engines until we've left, then they can land. Yeah, dark side, you're coming. And neutral doesn't care, you're coming. Yes. Dark side. Oh, we are going dark, baby. Oh, he's already a little bit dark. Thoughts on Kreia? She's a mysterious Jedi lady. And she's smarter than me, so she's hard to corrupt. Okay. Now we gotta kit you out, buddy. You haven't been with us a while. Let's get you some good stuff. Okay. All right, first things first, let's find the Pazakan racing pads. Shit, I ran into a fucking cutscene. Break legs, maybe you not wander so far.
Look, you can't keep us trapped in the refugee sector. We can't survive there. You've got us locked in.
Know your place, human. Just a spectator wants to see how this plays out. Okay. Exchange business human, not pursuing. Oh shit! Forget it, just die. Forget it, just die. I love it. Dark side points gained.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome.
They would have.
Save your gratitude. Now you owe me. I may still cripple you if you prove useless to me.
If you save me to cripple me again, then you're worse than they are. What do you want with me?
Why were those thugs hunting you?
Well, they work for the Exchange,
Oh.
for a Quarren named Visquis. He's looking to step up in the Exchange. The only language the Exchange respects is money.
Right.
So Visquis is trying to increase his profits by using the refugees here in Nar Shaddaa as a cheap labor force.
Sounds like a great
We're only
idea.
good to him as slaves and merchandise.
Hey.
He wants to keep us in one
I want
place.
to know this guy.
So
I like
he
him.
can control us. That's always been the way. Well, except lately.
Yo, hit a maniac. Thank you for the 6 months. Where can I find Visquis?
You don't. He comes to you. If he's got reason to. Either because you can help him out, or because you're making trouble. Either way, it's not a good thing.
What's he been doing in the refugee sector? Look, wow, fuck, I am dark side as shit.
The Exchange has been clamping down on the refugee sector hard, and I've no idea why. They've started killing people, hurting others, but there seems to be no reason to it.
All right, shut up and get out of here.
Whatever your reasons, thanks.
Dark side points are gained. Are we all the way there yet? Oh, we're so close. Wait. How are you doing? Oh, you're dark too. Remains? There you go. Give me something. There's some 1 credit. 1 credit is all you had? Fucking lame.
Spare a few credits, friend.
I have nothing to spare.
All right.
I saw what you did to
God
those
damn
exchange
it.
thugs, stranger. Can you spare a few credits, maybe help another refugee in need?
Get out of here before I kill you.
Forgive me, stranger, please. I beg you, do not kill me.
Why did you do such a thing?
Oh, what are you
You
doing
didn't
in my
make plans
head?
over such a small matter.
Come on!
Served elsewhere.
Man, fuck you. I hope our bond breaks. I hope our influence goes down and it just fuck you. What is good? What good is power if I cannot use it properly?
And what would you rather do?
I command the force, and yet these small cruelties are all life presents me with. I wish the path to power, yet all paths show me examples of weakness.
The Force binds all things. The smallest push, the smallest touch, sends echoes throughout life. These acts of cruelty may have more severe repercussions than you know. Or
I said that, Rick Stitch, yeah. The darker I get, the paler I get? Your nonsense is starting to bore me.
Indeed. Listen. Feel the echo. Cruelty leads to suffering. And when one suffers, it is the way of life to spread suffering. The suffering within builds until its sound is all one hears. And when a kindness is offered, it is punished.
Slap him!
And a greater darkness is spread. From one act can come tremendous power when the echo has
Didn't see that coming, did you, bitch?
Send a great echo, and power will come to you. The day shall come when you can test your strength, I promise you.
Oh yeah, look at that. Just dark as fuck. Oh, all my dark side squad. I can't wait till HK is a part of my crew again. Swoop garage. Airspeed or navigation interference? I think you can gain influence of Kreia there. You know what? I stopped caring. How may I assist you? 32nd model? Previous 31 models employed by Master met explosive ends or have shut down when they were unable to recharge. If not Master Tien's fault, however, he simply is forgetful due to his age and failing eyesight. I am proud to have lasted this long. Okay. Please ignore the scoring on the walls. The accents are infrequent. Looking to buy some equipment. Nope. I'll be going now. Hydro spanner. Raise your chin 5 degrees and rotate. Okay. Curse of age. What brings you here, visitor? Nothing today. I'll be going now. I don't want to do this. I got a half an hour left of the stream. I just want to go racing or gambling or something. I'll come back and do all your quests, I swear.
I hear you.
Hey,
God
I saw that ship
damn
you flew in
it!
on. My ship.
Your ship? I'd lay off the spice if I were you. That's our ship, not yours.
Was I talking to you? I tell you, that ship's mine.
Get out of my way.
No, I don't think so. You and me, we got some business to settle.
If you don't get out of my way, you'll be dead.
We'll see about that. Watch yourself. Nar Shaddaa can be a rough place.
I'm
Let me
expecting
shoot him
it,
in the back.
John
No one has to
Barenthal.
know.
There we go. More dark side points. Give them all to me. All of them.
Your thoughts are disturbed. I can feel them from a great distance, like a shiver running through you.
Jesus Christ. Feel this background noise, like a vibration.
It is Nar Shaddaa, the true Nar Shaddaa that you feel around you. It is this moon, with the metal and machines stripped away and the currents of the Force laid bare.
Current's moving so fast, almost frantically.
I'm surprised you can feel it. I fear the damage to you had deadened you to such perceptions. What you feel is the echo of the minds of these creatures within the Force, their anger, their greed, their desperation. It is life.
Their frustration at not being able to gamble. Is it possible for me to manipulate it, control these people?
One might as well move the universe, but such manipulation is possible, yes.
Good.
It requires that one be able to feel the critical point within the fractured mass, and know how to strike it in such a way that the echoes travel to your intended destination.
Then control over such a large scale is possible.
Not in the sense you understand it. The ability to fool the minds of others, to dominate them on a massive scale that you speak of, is not achieved best through raw power. Manipulation is done through propelling events, or selected ones, into motion. It is done through teaching, through example, and through conviction. And the greatest of victories are not manipulations at all, but simply awakening others to the truth of what you believe, of hearing it echoed around you in life. But let us be silent. Words and thoughts are distractions. Feel this moment, for as long as it will last. Feel life as it is, with the crude matter stripped away.
Oh, maximum force points increased. I love it. What's this? Tell me this is a cantina or something. Son of a bitch! Twi'leks! Not yet, sister. We must wait. It's hard to wait. The beautiful exile is so close, so within reach. Still, we must. It's the anticipation, sister. Savor it. It is the waiting that makes the kill worthwhile. I like them already. Boop boop doop boop 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 doop doop boop 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 doop. Pazak Den. What is this place? What if I don't know the password? I do not need a password. Do you know the password? Give it to me. Neither am I. Fucking hell, I can't even use my fucking force powers? I even put points into that shit! There, cantina, okay. Maybe shit'll happen here. Fire up your engines elsewhere. I cannot be persuaded. You come on like fire, then douse me like smothering effluence. I don't have the time right now, or ever. Your luck would tell a different story. I can see the twitch. That's repulsion, you shooter. You must be one. Give me one opportunity. Good bargain for you. Not interested in your fantasies. They're not imagining their plans, actions. You will see. I ignore. I will ignore this. And then they leave. Jesus Christ! Get out of here. I have no use for an uncoordinated dancer. See enough for today. All you can go. What are you waiting for? Go! She didn't look so bad. Indeed, she looked much worse. Never have been suggested to a dance as that one. Disgraceful for a tweed like to dance like that. Bogo will be furious if I cannot find new entertainment for him. His last dancer was a relation of mine, and thus he replaced much of his displeasure. Placed much of his displeasure on my shoulders. Perhaps my luck is changing. Look at what fate brought me. You yourself are quite a specimen. Perhaps you would like to find some work as Voga's dancers. Okay. What's in it for me? You'll be paid. Voga pays handsomely for his entertainment, and this would be no exception. You receive a bonus also for helping me, the help you've been giving me. What do you need? All you would need to do is bring a willing female that would meet Voga's standards. If she could dance well enough, then I would take her to dance for Voga, and you would be paid. Okay. What about me? I think perhaps you might be a bit too imposing for Voga's taste. Okay. Got it. You will let me dance for Voga. Yeah. I just need you to put this on and dance for a moment. Alright, if I have to. Let's see how you look. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, but her face though. What a that's a butter face if I ever saw one. I will escort you to see Voga. Don't be nervous, or he will not be pleased. Okay. Found you an exquisite girl. Her skill and beauty was surely pleasing to your eminence. Okay. Alright, dance I will. Here we go. Oh. Is that all I do? Frequently becomes drowsy watching dances. Your service are complete. Allow me to pay you for your performance. I'm sure my master would ask you to convey his compliments. Now, if you excuse me, I must attend other business. Nice. Good outfit, too. can't leave? Oh, okay.
Looks more like one of the Sith to me. Hanhar. I thought I smelled something. I've told you before, hunt your own targets. Don't scavenge mine.
You are my prey, female, always.
What, working for the Hutt suddenly made you stupider, Hanhar? You touch me, you'll break the truce. And then you won't last long enough to slip off this moon.
Maybe seeing your bones break, seeing your pain is all I need to see before I die. Then life debt over and I can be at peace.
Don't, Hanhar. I'm warning you.
Warn me of what? Warn me you tricked me. Warn me you violate life debt? Little human girl like crushed with one hand. End lifetime of misery.
I don't want your life debt, Hanhar. I told you.
Little girl should not have made mistakes so long ago. On Kashyyyk, females who make mistakes die. Hanhar
Right.
smells something.
I'm afraid if you keep crushing me, I'll accidentally set off my rocket charges and blow us both to Nal Hutta.
Your eyes are filled with fear.
I'd rather die than be caught by you again, Hanhar.
Now the time for you to enter the Shadowlands. When it is, I will be there, my claws in your throat, and I will stare in your eyes as I do, as you die. Okay. What if I was? Leave me alone, Trandoshan. I'll take my chances. What is this? Jack Tarbar.
Been poisoned.
Oh, that's why I enter and I die.
Been poisoned.
Bip, I've been poisoned.
Been poisoned.
I've been poisoned. I've been done poisoned. Holy fuck, this place is huge. Oh, private lounge.
Been poisoned.
All right, Bye, Toffee Man. Have a good night.
Spectrum of tinted heated blood of a human will cause you to brave the air of
Jektar. Bar for those in our shadow who miss the air of their homeworld. Oh, okay. Yep. How many chambers are there? 5. This room is for the species who can perceive the infrared, favored by my kind, the Trandoshans. Arid chamber, the climate of Rylaw, homeworld beneath them weak ways. 2 toxic-filled rooms that have been taken over by new visitors. The Gan, very strange, very quiet. Okay, I'll be going now. I have priorities. I still just want a race. There is a race on this fucking planet, right? Somewhere. Well, there should be. I'm getting parts for a speeder. Jesus fucking Christ. This place is enormous. Oh, gas mask. Oh. I could have sworn I just got a gas mask. Since when did the stream have an AI stream summary? It's been that way for a few weeks now. It's a new thing. Oh shit, where did I just go? Oh, fuck me. I walked into another cutscene with a Wookiee. How'd you meet with Goto go? Lethal, I hope. Only shadow in his voice. He appears to stand before others in the flesh. He is strange prey. I do not pay you to hunt him, but to kill him, Wookiee. Perhaps I chosen wisely. Perhaps another bounty hunter scum could serve me better. He will find no one who can hunt better than me. I have walked the Shadowlands of Kashyyyk and returned with the prisoners of Kinrath buried in my flesh. The scars battle upon me. Yes, yes, that's why the Zerg have found you such easy prey. I care nothing for the accomplishments of primates in some backwater world, Hanhar. I care only for accomplishments here upon the smuggler's moon. But if you cannot perform the task, then perform the human female. Or perhaps a human female will serve. Even nauseatingly thin and shapely, free of wrinkles, she's said to have a dancer's grace and better hunter than you. She refuses to kill, but I imagine with enough credits I can persuade her otherwise, especially considering what a disappointment you have proven to be. Speak of her again and I will tear your tongue from your throat. Careful now. Find Goto, kill him, and do not return until you've done this. Okay. Oh, fuck me.
Please, look, I already paid the exchange what I have.
Okay.
But oh, look, here's the one with your credits.
About time.
About time.
Okay. You two, give me all your credits and go jump into the central pit. Can't resist. Take credits. I have to go. Jumping into the pit is a good idea. Getting around faster that way. Get to ground faster that way. That was easy. Oh yeah, baby.
How did you do that? Stay away from me.
Okay. Dude, indeed. Such actions are sometimes necessary, T3. Influence lost? Why? Why do you have it in my... Why do you even have a moral compass, you fucking android? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay, that's a bizarre game. Someone approaches, too many ears. No room at the table, human, get away. Private conversation. Okay. That's fine. Shit.
So, you have the look of a seasoned spacer about you?
Yeah, I know.
Well, honestly, there's not much for people like you and I to do around here. If you, catch my meaning.
I don't. I think I understand. What you can tell me then?
Well, there is plenty for them to do. The Pazak Den.
The swoop races, where are they?
Tar.
Yeah. Swoop races.
Ah, don't bother with Lupo's racing gallery. The track's deadly and the betting's awful.
Come on!
Alice keeps threatening to take the place over and run it right. But I don't see how she could.
Oh, wait,
Back
no.
again? Well, yeah, the Pazak Den is a glorified social club for hardline Pazak players.
Yeah, password needed, right.
I'd want to get into that place. Bunch of Firaxa sharks will
Especially the champ.
He only shows up to play people he deems
worthy.
enough.
Okay.
You just
That's fine. Yeah, I'll beat everybody. Fuck! He didn't tell me any passwords or anything, son of a bitch. This is it? 2000 case, what am I supposed to do with the two? You're going to pay me for the two. An ambush, you double-crossing Leica will adorn my wall, Squick. Yeah, he's toast. Leave none alive. Oh, meaning me too? Yeah, no, they're pretty lengthy. Yeah, for sure. You're not allowed. You do not refugee. Unless you have credit, something to give us, yes? If you're threatening me, draw your weapons and let's do this. Oh, yeah, we do this. Okay.
I hear you.
Sorry, guys. You asked for it. Oh my god, can anyone tell me where the fucking sailors hang out? Has anyone seen any Chinese people? I see. Jesus fucking Christ, this place just goes on forever.
This is Serico territory. Get out of here before we...
Okay, I'll be
Fine.
going. I just wanted to race a swoop. That's all I wanted. Tunnel snakes rule. Oh, it opened. That's weird. Well, there's Saquish. Man, oh man. There's Corbin Tom with a little help. In the previous zone, so not the refugee zone. Fuck, now I ran into another cutscene. It is him, he is different. Let's watch what he does. Do you think he will recognize us? He never saw us before, he will recognize us now. We may approach safely without detection. Okay. Why would they do this? This fucking long hallway bullshit. It's so tedious to get around in this place. All right. What place, Corbin Tom, is the swoop races?
let's see. 3 bricks of spice out to Elysia, then with a turnaround. No, that won't work. Come act. Here so soon? I wasn't expecting you for... well, not now. Anyway.
There's like claim to the landing pad. Oh yeah, right, yeah. For the ready clips, yep. But we travel a long way over the blackness Nar Shaddaa for bodies. The spice planets need to be fed to these bodies and production runs dry. Yet here we come here, find our territory usurped, another ship lying in the red eclipse, shadow lies. You will explain with your screams.
I had no choice. These thugs showed up and they said that you could go spice yourselves. And I was like, no, this is the red eclipse. And...
Enough. We'll wave the trespassers and see what color of their blood. Okay. Yeah, don't take your time. Walk. I don't care. It's fine. You're fine. I'm in no rush.
Kreia, is something wrong?
Not as of yet.
Someone's trying to board.
Oh shit.
Yes. What happens next is not our fight, and your first reaction will not serve us here.
All right.
Let us see what the exile will do.
Yeah, crab. Yeah, crab. Everybody's walking. No one's in a hurry. Find the owner of this ship. The others, lock him in the hold. After that, we will wait. Yeah. There's John Barenthal.
If they think I'm going to give up this ship without a fight, well, they're wrong. It's good to be back. Hey, what are you doing on my ship?
If I buy a gold bikini and blue boots,
Damn right I am. What are you?
part of your mafia?
Oh, oops. Oops, you shouldn't have said that. Thanks, Baylor. Okay. Well, I suppose that'll have to wait. Until next time. And next time is going to be Tuesday. Because tomorrow we're doing Indie Day. Yes, we're doing Indie Day a day early because Saturday is going to be a long walk. So we will be here tomorrow doing Indie Day. I'm going to be doing taking all of your suggestions, compiling them, making a menu for tomorrow, doing the Indie Day shit, and then we do a co-op long walk with JP and friends on Saturday. So, we will continue Star Wars Sith Lords on Tuesday. It's going to be Indie Friday, yep. But for now, I'm out of here. I'm going to go get something to eat, maybe lay about on the couch. Maybe slap my ass a little bit. But I'll see you tomorrow for Indie Friday.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.